Call your elder sister here. Yang Kai looked at Zhu Lai and ordered. Zhu Lai lightly snorted. Although he was unhappy with Yang Kai's overbearing tone, he didn't haggle with him much. Having heard everything so far, he prompted his dragon essence and formed a few hand seals as his lips moved up and down a few times. Yang Kai turned his attention back to the charm demon and smilingly asked, "If I ask you which demon king you would like to kill, who would you pick?" The charm demon's face changed after hearing this, and she immediately asked, shocked, "Sir, what do you mean? I'm just asking. Who do you find the most disgusting?" The charm demon replied with a forced smile. "Sir, please don't joke. We all belong to the demon race. We stand together and help each other in times of difficulty. All in Demon Fury City are brothers and sisters. How can we find each other? Disgusting." Other demon kings puffed their chests after hearing this, trying their best to assume the stance of sharing life and death together in adversity. Although no one knew why Yang Kai was asking this, everyone felt that something wasn't right. This human seemed to have some ill intentions, and it was by no means as friendly as he looked on the surface. He was a beast shrouded in the wool of a sheep, one that would attack if they accidentally touched it. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he declared, "The opportunity is in your hand. It will be gone once you let it slip away." The charm demon didn't say a word, hesitating for a time before using her divine sense stealthily. Yang Kai raised his eyes, looking toward one side, his gaze happening to land on a sinister-looking demon king. This demon king was surging with blood chi, forming a faint red halo around his body. He seemed to be a member of the Blood Demon clan, and there was an uneasy expression on his face, as if he was worried about something. When Yang Kai's gaze swept over him, he immediately reacted, shouting at the charm demon, grinding his teeth in anger, "Slut! How dare you betray me?" The charm demon had her red lips pursed and her face turned a little pale, but she said nothing to the accusation of the Blood Demon. The Blood Demon grew angrier. "Ungrateful slut! When you were under my crotch, you did everything to seduce me, but now that you've climbed a higher branch, you want to kill me? I should have known never to trust a wench like you." The charm demon became angry out of shame and rebuked, gritting her teeth. "Although I am a charm demon, I'm not loose. If you hadn't forced yourself on me, why would I? Ha ha ha!" The Blood Demon broke into laughter as blood chi fiercely surged from him. "Enough with the sophistry. The Charm Demon clan are all cheap sluts. If it wasn't for this king's help, how could you have ever reached the Demon King realm with your aptitude? You think that this king had no idea that you have been secretly hooking up with other people all these years? And you still have the gall to say that you aren't loose? Now, you are just a piece of rotten meat that not even the wild dogs would bother to sniff. Even if you kneel down and beg me, this king wouldn't touch you. What nonsense!" Charm Demon screamed before she turned and begged, looking at Yang Kai. "Sir, although this slave has no idea what you want to do, if you want to kill someone, please kill him. The slave will be at your beck and call in the future." "How dare you want to kill me? I'll kill you first." The Blood Demon erupted, and the moment he raised his hand, a beam of bloody light shot straight towards the Charm Demon. The beam then exploded, transforming into a rain of blood that poured down over a large area. The blood rain seemed to be extremely corrosive and made sizzling noises even as it fell through the air. The Charm Demon immediately screamed. Her cultivation was much lower than the Blood Demon's, so she couldn't resist his attack. She promptly retreated as she chanted some verse in the demon language, while repeatedly swinging her arms, shooting pure demon chi out again and again. Nevertheless, she was unable to stop the blood rain from falling on her. Chi 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 chi. The drops of blood rain melted through the charm demon's defenses, corroding her clothes, laying a large part of her body bare. The exposed skin was then stained by the blood rain and quickly rotted away, turning into pus and dripping down along her body. At some places, her white bones could even be seen, making her look extremely miserable. "Die, slut!" The Blood Demon didn't give up and charged straight at the Charm Demon. By the looks of his posture, he wanted to finish her once and for all. The Charm Demon's face turned pale in horror. She did her best to retaliate but was unable to stop the blood demon from charging. She felt death approaching and believed no matter what, she would not survive this. But suddenly, the blood demon collapsed in the mid-air, blowing up as an endless wave of blood shot straight towards Xianxia. Its momentum was quite shocking, giving the impression of a tidal wave. The tsunami of blood was extremely powerful and destructive, seemingly capable of sweeping away all things in existence, and at the forefront of the blood wave, the blood demon's face slowly emerged. He seemed to be riding the waves, fiercely rushing towards Xianxia. Attacking the charm demon was just a cover, that's all. His real target was always Xianxia. Although he didn't want to have a conflict with Xianxia, having been stirred by the charm demon, he had been pushed to the edge of the storm. If he wanted to survive it, he had no choice but to strike first. The red-haired young man was too terrifying. Even the top demon king was instantly killed, so the blood demon didn't dare to have any thoughts of attacking him whatsoever. Although Xianxia had killed a few demon kings, he had done it by depending on the might of an artifact, so in the blood demon's opinion, Xianxia's own strength might not be that great. Now was his opportunity to take Xianxia down while he had not yet summoned his artifact. As long as I can capture this human, I can have the absolute upper hand. Thinking so, the blood demon immediately made his move. Furthermore, he was extremely confident that he would succeed. At that moment, he noticed a meaningful grin on Xianxia's face. The smile promptly made his confidence hit rock bottom as he inexplicably felt that he was a sheep throwing himself at a wolf. He immediately felt that he had made a fatal mistake. The hesitation in his heart caused his blood wave incarnation to freeze for a moment. Xianxia raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Chi. Crescent-shaped pitch-black slashes cut through the blood waves like hot knives through butter. Every moon blade made the blood demon grunt in pain as his crimson halo dimmed, reducing the size of the blood wave. After 7 or 8 moon blades, the blood wave converged to a point as the blood demon's figure reappeared and staggered not too far away from Xianxia. Xianxia quickly formed hand seals as a solemn look appeared on his face while a faint time principle fluctuation rose from his body. Time flows on infinitely, like a mighty stream, like an unending dream. He lightly smacked his palm out, hitting the absent-minded blood demon in a flash, who immediately spurted a mouthful of blood before his figure flew away like a kite. Somehow, the blood demon regained his wits after taking this hit, and his figure jolted, as he transformed into rays of blood light that shot off in multiple directions. The serious injuries he had suffered in that brief clash let the blood demon, who was a powerful demon king, know that he had greatly underestimated his opponent. From the start, he wasn't Xianxia's opponent. Now, he just wanted to escape, the farther the better. Blood Shadow Escape Technique. Xianxia lightly snorted before sneering. If it was Shadow Demon Clan's Divine Shadow Slayer Escape Technique, then this young master may have taken a little more time to solve it, but you dare act so arrogant in front of this young master with mere blood shadow escape? Watch how this young master instantly breaks it. Saying so, Xianxia's gaze quickly swept through various streaks of blood light in succession before he focused his gaze on one in particular and pointed his finger at it. Immediately, space principles surged, turning the area around that streak of blood light into an invisible cage. The streak of blood light crashed into the cage wall and was knocked back as a pale blood demon appeared. How is this possible? He couldn't help but cry out in shock. The blood shadow escape technique was one of the blood demon clan's innate divine abilities, one that boasted superior concealment and speed. If an ordinary person encountered this divine ability, he or she wouldn't be able to distinguish between the real and fake bodies. The blood demon never expected a mere first-order Emperor Realm human boy to see through it. And the words this young man had spoken just now horrified him even more. The blood demon's blood shadow escape technique and the divine shadow slayer escape technique were both innate divine abilities. Even for the demon race's demon kings, it would be too difficult to see through these techniques, but judging by this human's confident tone, he was well-versed and experienced with the unique skills of the demon race. The blood demon was horrified to the extreme and his entire body had gone cold. He tried to use his escape technique again, but a figure had appeared before him. Xianxia was already blocking his way. The blood demon immediately gasped in horror, hurriedly retreating. "Look at me!" Yang Kai spoke in a heavy tone, his voice seemingly carrying an irresistible power. The blood demon instinctually looked up at him when he heard this, and when their eyes met, the blood demon saw the opposite party's left eye turn into a vertical golden slit. The majestic golden glow of this eye seemed to suck away his soul, shaking his knowledge sea, rendering him unable to have any thought of looking away. The next moment, Yang Kai's divine sense surged like a tide as a budding lotus flower flashed away from his left eye, shooting straight into the blood demon's knowledge sea. In an instant, the blood demon's thoughts froze even more firmly as he stood rooted on the spot, dumbstruck. His knowledge sea had collapsed. The blood demon was now as good as a walking corpse. A figure rushed over from the side at that moment, its eyes filled with deep-rooted hatred, holding a white bone dagger. The bone dagger didn't appear to belong to any kind of ominous beast. Rather, it was more like a bone left behind by a human or demon race master, one that had been refined into a demon artifact using some unknown technique. The aura of the bone dagger was pretty good, and it was ruthlessly thrust straight towards the head of the rooted blood demon, wanting to reap his life in a single blow. Yang Kai promptly sent out a palm along with a cold snort, knocking the charmed demon away, who crawled back up and doubtfully asked, wiping the blood from the corner of her lips, "Sir." The charmed demon's condition was pretty miserable at the moment. Her clothes were in tatters, and ugly pustules could be found all over her beautiful figure. Many of these pustules were bleeding, radiating an unpleasant aura. She was far weaker than the blood demon, and was nearly killed by his opening attack. Coupled with the humiliation she had suffered, she naturally wanted to take revenge. It was just that she couldn't understand why Yang Kai would stop her. After all, it was Yang Kai who asked her who she wanted to kill in the first place. "What do you think you're doing?" Yang Kai coldly looked at her, the golden glow remaining in his left eye. The charmed demon's entire body went cold as she hurriedly explained, "Didn't Sir want to kill him? I only wish to assist you. If I want to kill someone, I can do it myself. Why would I need your help?" Yang Kai lightly snorted. The charmed demon tremblingly admitted her mistake. "This mistress was wrong, sir. Please don't be angry." She knew that she had to be submissive if she wanted to survive, so she didn't dare show any grievance or anger. Yang Kai simply ignored her though and looked over at the nearby Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai had been sitting in the same place, not moving an inch, but the dragon pressure radiating from him had already been pushed to the limit. The demon kings standing before him were sweating buckets while the ones with the lower cultivation were shivering, their faces pale. They felt as if a huge mountain had been placed on their chests and they were having a hard time breathing. Although the battle between Yang Kai and the blood demon was very short, without Zhu Lai's deterrence, other demon kings would not have just stood by and watched. In any case, they were all demons, so it was impossible for them to idly sit while their clansman was being killed. In fact, several demon kings wanted to make a move as soon as the blood demon made his, but they were suppressed by Zhu Lai before they could act. The red-haired young man had put a lot of pressure on the demon kings, but the pressure the strange human was giving wasn't any weaker. They weren't confident that they could survive under his attacks, so they remained obedient after being suppressed, secretly praying that they would not draw fire upon themselves. Now that the dust had settled, it became apparent that the blood demon had suffered serious injuries, and while he may be alive, he was as good as a walking corpse. This chilled the other demon kings even further, making them all worry about what kind of fate was awaiting them. "What are you trying to do?" Zhu Lai frowned and impatiently stared at Yang Kai. First, he went to Demon Fury City to look for demon kings to inquire about some strange beast, and now he had attacked without a word. It would have been nothing if he had killed the blood demon, but Yang Kai actually just put him into a half-dead state, which was rather baffling. "You will know later," Yang Kai indifferently replied. At this moment, he noticed Zhu Qing flying over, with Li Jiao a half-step behind her. Who knows what kind of brown-nosing he was doing, but it was clear he was nodding and bowing with a big smile on his face. However, he couldn't get any response from Zhu Qing. After the two flew closer, Li Jiao hurriedly greeted Yang Kai. "What happened here?" Zhu Qing curiously looked around. She was puzzled about what had happened as she noticed the traces of fighting and could tell that they were fresh. Nothing much. Yang Kai gave an arbitrary reply before he looked at the black puppy in her arms and asked, "How is it doing?" "It's getting better, but it seems a little weak." Zhu Qing caressed the little black puppy's head. The situation had indeed improved. When Yang Kai left, the black puppy was still frozen in a block of ice. But now, although there was still frost on its body, it was obviously much better. Right at that moment, it looked as if it had smelled something delicious, and it raised its head to look at the nearby demon kings, drooling from the corner of its mouth. Being stared at by this small beast, many demon kings felt as if they had encountered their nemesis, and their hands and feet went cold as they promptly looked away. "Want to eat?" Yang Kai smilingly asked. "Woof!" The black puppy's bark immediately rang in his mind as it struggled to get up from Zhu Qing's arm. "Don't just indiscriminately eat things." Zhu Qing frowned as she scolded it. She wanted to say it when she saw a Wang swallow the two demon race members before, but the situation had changed so abruptly that she wasn't able to. Now that she saw it wanting to do the same thing, she immediately knocked its head. The black puppy aggrievedly whimpered. Yang Kai picked up the black puppy from Zhu Qing's arm and said, "Qinger, if we want to leave this place, we'll have to let it eat more." "Huh?" Zhu Qing furrowed her brow, wondering what Yang Kai meant. The next moment, she saw Yang Kai throw the black puppy straight toward the absent-minded blood demon. In the air, a Wang was in high spirits, practically glowing with vigor. His pair of black eyes burst with a fearsome glow as it suddenly opened its mouth, which grew to the size of a door as it swallowed the blood demon in one bite. Immediately, gasps escaped from the demon king's mouths as they dumbfoundedly stared at the black puppy's sudden transformation. Their eyes were ready to pop out of their sockets. The frightening things Yang Kai had been talking about earlier were gradually confirmed by what they were seeing before their eyes, bringing them all to a horrifying conclusion. Abyssal Returner. The charmed demon's scream reverberated throughout the sky as her face, which had just regained a bit of its complexion, turned completely pale once again. She seemed to have lost all her strength as she crumpled down to the ground. Although the other demon kings fared better than her, they were greatly frightened for sure. Panic immediately spread among the demon kings, making all of them extremely uneasy as their emotions were thrown into chaos. The legendary monster that they thought was long dead had suddenly appeared in front of them. They simply couldn't believe this. After all, in the records of the demon race, the Abyssal Returner was described in the most terrifying of ways, portraying it as the living embodiment of catastrophe and destruction. Almost a third of the demon realm was destroyed by its demonic hunger, and the current harsh environment of the demon realm was inextricably linked to it. They couldn't figure out how the Abyssal Returner was still alive. Wasn't it killed by the great demon god of the time? Could it be that the rumors they spoke of earlier were actually true? That the Abyssal Returner had escaped by feigning death, hoping to make a comeback, and when it was prepared, it would definitely go looking for the great demon god for revenge. The current shattered demon realm couldn't withstand any more destruction. With so many demon kings here, it was impossible to misidentify the Abyssal Returner. Although the Abyssal Return seemed very ordinary at a glance, when it transformed, its characteristics couldn't be any more obvious. In other words, this seemingly docile black puppy was definitely the Abyssal Returner, the very same horrifying existence that destroyed the demon realm and fought a life-and-death battle with the great demon god back then. No wonder this human wanted to learn everything about the Abyssal Returner. It turned out that what he said about raising an Abyssal Returner was really true. Just as this thought crossed their minds, many demon kings' faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot. They seemed to have revealed a lot of information that shouldn't have been revealed, especially the part about the strength of the Abyssal Returner, which was simply life-threatening information. In a flash, all the demon kings felt regret, especially the demon kings who had revealed more sensitive information, wishing to tear their mouths off for their foolishness. While the demon kings had lost their wits in shock and horror, the little puppy had already swallowed the blood demon in one bite, and its enormous mouth had already returned to its original shape. There was a satisfied look on its face, and its belly was moving up and down. The frost covering its body surprisingly began to melt at speed visible to the naked eye. Wisps of cold qi slowly flowed out of its body, assimilating into the surroundings and causing the temperature to drop sharply. Moreover, under Xianxia's keen perception, the moment the black puppy ingested its latest food, its aura soared, reaching to the level of sixth-order monster beast before returning to its original level after the black puppy returned to its native state. In just a short dozen breaths, the black puppy had already returned to its original size, but it wasn't as weak as before. Its vitality was as vigorous as a dragon, and it was walking in large strides. It was now eagerly looking at the demon kings, making them shiver in horror. Zhu Qing looked at the black puppy in astonishment, as if she hadn't expected that swallowing a demon king would be this helpful. Xianxia explained, "This little thing is a demon realm exotic beast. It also seems to be very famous over here. There is a kind of void space in its belly, which allows it to devour everything, so anything related to the demon race makes it stronger." Zhu Qing thoughtfully asked, "Speaking of which, was the wind it had swallowed before swallowed into that unknown space too?" Xianxia replied, "It should be so. I guess the size of that space has something to do with its strength. If it's not strong enough and the space in its belly is too small, it can't handle it after swallowing it to a certain extent." "It's really amazing." Zhu Qing looked surprised, sizing up the black puppy as if she wanted to reassess it. The wind they had encountered on Wind Mountain was too terrifying. The cold demon qi that became heavier as they walked further was something even Xianxia, and she couldn't resist, was swallowed by the black puppy in its strange space, carrying them more than 1,000 meters up Wind Mountain. This kind of ability was shocking. "Do you want to make it stronger? Strong enough to take us deeper into the Wind Mountain?" Zhu Lai asked, furrowing his brow. Xianxia's intentions couldn't be any more obvious now, so if he still couldn't guess it, he would really be a fool. "That's right." Xianxia nodded his agreement. "Wang is our only chance now. As long as it is strong enough, and the space in its belly large enough, then it can definitely lead us outside." Zhu Lai thought for a moment before agreeing. This is indeed an opportunity. However, before that it needs a lot of food. While speaking, he glanced at the demon kings. Many demon kings' faces turned bitter. They had the will to resist but were powerless to do so. They felt wronged. The charmed demon sat down on the ground in despair. She hadn't expected that such a destiny awaited her. She racked her brain, trying to come up with ways to survive. If there was no blood demon, she could have tried to seduce Xianxia, but the previous battle had left her in a sorry state that would take at least a month or two to recover from. How could she get so much time to recuperate now? Xianxia added, "Of course, this is just my guess. I don't know if it will work. In order to confirm this, I have to go and do a little experiment." "How are you going to experiment?" Zhu Qing asked. Xianxia slightly smiled before he reached out and grabbed the black puppy. The black puppy looked confused. It had no idea how it would be treated next. "Take good care of these guys. None of them are allowed to leave," ordered Xianxia before his figure disappeared from the spot. Zhu Lai thoughtfully gazed in Wind Mountain's direction. After a while, he retracted his gaze and firmly sat. The charmed demon was flabbergasted. She wanted to escape but didn't have the guts to try it. Obviously, she could only stand up and walk toward the other demon kings. She gingerly glanced at Zhu Lai and noticing that he didn't have any intention of stopping her, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Many demon kings gathered around as their divine senses surged. Apparently, they were discussing ways to save their lives. Occasionally, a faint murderous intent would emerge, obviously wanting to give it a try. After all, they weren't weak. If they were really fish in the net and had no chance to live, it would have been a given that they would become food for the abyssal returner. Demon Fury City had stood in the revolving world for hundreds of thousands of years and had been constantly at war with human Imperial City, but it had never faced this kind of crisis. This strange human boy who had appeared out of nowhere was beyond what they could contend with. The world principles of the revolving world cycled back and forth between being biased towards the star boundary and the demon realm. There was no pattern to it at all, and the reason was that the revolving world sat in the void crack between these two great worlds, wandering randomly. It would constantly move between the spheres of influence of these two great worlds, and depending on which great world it was overlapping with, the world principles would be thus affected. However, there would be some very obvious natural signs when the world principles were about to shift. The human race of human imperial city relied on this to avoid danger. With the pills distributed by Yang Kai, the speed of recovery of the demon kings was indeed a lot faster, but it still couldn't satisfy the black puppy's appetite. Now, Yang Kai could only pin his hopes on the revolving world's shifting world principles. The wait lasted for half a month. In this half-month, every Demon King and Demon Great General of Demon Fury City had basically undergone 10 rounds being drained by the black puppy, only to recover then push their demon chi again to let the black puppy feed once more. No master could withstand this kind of suffering, not even Yang Kai, so after half a month, all the Demon Kings and Demon Great Generals' faces had turned gray and were filled with death chi, as if their end was nigh and they could die at any moment. Some of the Demon Kings and Demon Great Generals' cultivations had even regressed, and it was unknown if they could ever recover their original strength. They simply couldn't carry on, but if they could have escaped, they would have done so long ago. There was an exotic monster like the Abyssal Returner, 2 Dragon Clan members guarding the surroundings, and Yang Kai, who was keeping a close watch on them. How could they escape? They too were looking forward to world principles changing. After half a day, the world principles began to shift. A reverberating thunderclap-like sound rang out, making the demon race members, who had been suffering these days, tear up and cheer in excitement. After a tremble, the ambient world energy started to undergo some subtle changes. Li Jiao came up to Yang Kai's side and begged, wearing a sad face, "Palace Master Yang, help me. What's wrong?" Li Jiao replied, "This Li was corroded by demon chi, and these days, the demon essence has been steadily growing. It has been very hard to hold on to my sanity. The world principles are about to change, and if I don't find a place to hide, I'm afraid I would really undergo demonification." Last time, when he wandered with Zhu Lai outside, the world principles had shifted in favor of the demon realm, and without a place to take shelter, he had been invaded by demon chi. Li Jiao had been relying on his powerful cultivation to suppress the demon essence which had taken root in his body so far. But now, the world principles were about to change again and flood the air with demon chi. In his current state, it was simply impossible for him to survive. He would definitely be completely overwhelmed by the demon essence and become a demon. Then find a place to hide. "Why are you asking me to save you?" Yang Kai asked with a grin. Li Jiao replied, wearing a sad look, "But I don't know where to go. I heard Palace Master Yang mention that there is a place called Human Imperial City. I wonder..." "Don't even think about going to Human Imperial City. Although it's not far from here, you won't get there in time." Li Jiao was struck with panic immediately after hearing this. "Then what do you suggest?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands as he replied, "If you want to save yourself, you have to rely on your own ability." Li Jiao's face turned black and was on the verge of crying as he protested, "Palace Master Yang, you can't just sit back and watch me die. This Li only came here because of you." Yang Kai simply replied, "If I could save you, I would have, but now I too can't do anything." Li Jiao's expression involuntarily turned unsightly. Out of everyone present here, the 2 Dragon Clan members shouldn't have to be worried about being invaded by the demon chi. After all, their divine spirit physique and dragon blood possessed strong resistance towards demon chi. Not to mention the change in world principles, even if they were thrown into the demon realm itself, they were unlikely to be concerned. Yang Kai couldn't be regarded as ordinary either. Although Li Jiao had no idea why Yang Kai was confident that he would remain safe and sound, judging by his current lax attitude, Li Jiao knew that he must have a way. Li Jiao was a little angry, thinking that Yang Kai was treasuring his own skin, but was unwilling to help him. "Didn't I show you the way before? What can I do when you don't cherish it?" Li Jiao quickly rebuffed, "Palace Master Yang, don't be ridiculous. While getting blood from the Dragon Clan was something you suggested, if this Li brought it up, his fate would be even more miserable. You're about to be demonified, so what could be worse? Palace Master Yang, are you really going to sit back and watch me die?" A malevolent aura slowly crept up on Li Jiao's face as swirling black qi surrounded his body. Anger and wicked thoughts were growing in his heart, strengthening his demon essence a lot, especially at this moment when the world energy had begun to infuse with demon qi, which was now even affecting his mind. Xianxia looked at him with a sneer. "Now you're trying to blame me? Damn you!" Li Jian couldn't stand it, and a hideous look appeared on his face as he shouted, grinding his teeth in rage. "If it weren't for you, how would this Li be trapped here? Since you are so cold-hearted, then don't blame this Li for not giving you face." Just as he said this, the black qi around him swirled as his eyes turned red. His head moved left and right before it suddenly transformed into the enormous head of a flood dragon, fiercely biting at Xianxia. Having been invaded by demon qi, Li Jiao had been incomparably vexed these past few days, and now, after having been antagonized by Xianxia so much, he finally couldn't maintain a hold on his sanity. The repressed demon essence suddenly erupted, instantly demonizing him. "You dare to act presumptuously in front of me? Li Jiao, your courage isn't small." Facing Li Jiao's anger-filled attack, Xianxia only chuckled and pushed his golden divine dragon source strength before raising his hand and pointing at Li Jiao's forehead. A wisp of golden glow emerged from his fingertip. The golden glow wasn't that bright, but Li Jiao acted as if it was his ultimate nemesis. He screamed in horror as the enormous flood dragon head shrank back to its original size. The Emperor Qi instantly stopped circulating, and he felt as if he was on the brink of suffocating. The fingertip pointed on his forehead shocked Li Jiao as a sliver of clarity returned to his eyes. He was horrified after regaining his senses. He had never thought he would actually attack Xianxia and realized his actions were a result of the demon essence erupting. Not his own intention, but who knew whether Xianxia would spare him or not. His cultivation was indeed 2 minor realms higher than Xianxia's, but under the effects of bloodline suppression, this gap provided him with no advantage at all. If Xianxia wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant underfoot. Li Jiao didn't have the slightest chance to resist. This was the sorrow of Dragon Clan descendants. The bloodline of the Dragon Clan descendants indeed allowed him to walk farther and stand higher than almost all others, with his current third-order Emperor realm cultivation as the proof itself. Without his Dragon Clan bloodline, Li Jiao would never have reached such high cultivation. But before an opponent with a pure Dragon Clan bloodline, more often than not, one's cultivation was secondary. The power of one's bloodline was the most important factor. His back was immediately drenched in a cold sweat as he hurriedly begged, "Palace Master Yang, I was wrong, please show mercy." Xianxia just chuckled and completely ignored him, as if he really wanted to finish him off. Li Jiao's face turned ashen as he secretly thought that his end had come. "My fire dragon palace, my beautiful wives and concubines, what will happen to them? Who will enjoy them when I am gone?" All kinds of random thoughts flashed in his mind, but even after some time he didn't see the gates of hell. Xianxia's finger was still pointed at his forehead, but it was devoid of any murderous intent. Instead, a joking look filled his face. Suddenly, Li Jiao felt the aura around Xianxia's body undergo a tremendous change, one that had an ancient and desolate feel to it. A reverberating and solemn chant sounded as a brilliance bloomed from Xianxia's fingertip, enveloping Li Jiao. The next moment, Li Jiao's figure jolted as if all the joints in his body cracked. His already tall figure doubled in size as fierce and surging blood qi broke out from his body, attacking the demon qi inside and outside his form. Li Jiao was stunned on the spot. He might not know what Xianxia had done to him, but he could clearly tell that his strength had improved greatly. Furthermore, extremely belligerent and bloodthirsty thoughts were mysteriously rising in his heart. Although these thoughts were giving him discomfort, they were also weakening the effect of demon essence on him, allowing him to maintain a strange lucid state. Li Jiao now looked like he was filled with 2 colored lights. One was black demon qi and the other was a crimson blood qi. The red and black colors were tumbling against each other, giving an extremely strange appearance. This? Li Jiao couldn't help but begin to ask. At this moment, he knew that Xianxia had no intention of killing him. The reason for doing this might be to help him, it was just that he hadn't figured this out, but since Xianxia could do this, why didn't he do it earlier? Why toy with and aggravate his condition? Ancient bloodlust spell. Yongkai slightly smiled. It has a strong effect on the demon chi that has invaded humans. The shamans of ancient times used this method to save their clansmen, but today's world principles are somewhat different from that time. It's not difficult to get rid of demon chi in your body, but it's troublesome to root out the demon essence completely. The best method would be to allow that demon essence to completely erupt. Only then could it be eliminated once and for all. Otherwise, some hidden dangers might be left behind. You don't wish to experience cultivation dissonance while in seclusion in the future, do you? Li Jiao looked at Yang Kai and asked with an impressed look on his face. So that's why Palace Master Yang has been ignoring me these days, deliberately leaving me hanging, even trying to aggravate my condition. If not for this, the demon essence in his body would not have erupted so quickly. Yang Kai nodded. Since we came in together, we must leave together. Not to mention, your Fire Dragon Palace still owes me a lot of source crystals, so I can't have you dying here. Palace Master Yang Kai. This Li has firmly engraved your grace in his heart. Li Jiao was completely excited. Originally, he thought that he would die today, but things had suddenly turned around. Not only did he have the hope of surviving, but he wouldn't have to worry about possible sequela. Don't get too excited yet. As I said, the current world principles are different from the ancient times, and so are the people living under those world principles. This method was useful for the ancient humans, but I don't know how effective it will be for you. Be extremely careful when cultivating in the future. Yes, this Li will certainly be careful. Li Jiao nodded without hesitation. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed as he changed the incantation before raising his hand and patting Li Jiao. Demon suppression. Under his pat, the demon chi surging around Li Jiao seemed to have been suppressed by something and stagnated. Yang Kai's incantation changed again before smacking another palm. Demon purification. The moment the light flashed, a stream of black chi whizzed out from Li Jiao's back and let out a wail as if a ghost possessing Li Jiao had been exorcised. The black chi lasted for several breaths before it was completely eliminated. When the demon chi was completely eliminated, a flash of joy involuntarily appeared in Li Jiao's eyes. He knew his own situation best. He had been plagued by the demon chi these days, and even if it didn't continuously grow, he was unable to get rid of it despite his third-order Emperor realm cultivation. But now, after Yang Kai had used his mysterious techniques, Li Jiao could clearly feel that the problem that had been plaguing him had been completely resolved. There was no more demon chi left in his body. All of it had been expelled, and with the bloodlust spell's restraint, the demon essence would no longer affect his heart while his knowledge sea would remain completely clear. Many thanks, Palace Master Yang. Li Jiao was extremely grateful. Just as he finished thanking him, he saw Yang Kai grin widely at him, sending out a hard palm. This palm was definitely not something to expel demon chi, because it was quite powerful. The most important thing was that it carried a suppressive force of his Dragon Clan bloodline. Pitifully, Li Jiao, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, didn't even have the time to react before directly fainting from the blow. Afterwards, Yang Kai stretched his hand out towards him before Li Jiao's figure disappeared from sight. Zhu Lai, who had been watching on with cold eyes, couldn't help but have his pupils shrunk. He couldn't figure out where Yang Kai had put Li Jiao. Only Zhu Qing knew that Li Jiao should have been thrown into that strange space she had been to before. The world principles here were about to change, and although the demon chi had been purged from Li Jiao's body, if he didn't find a place to take shelter, it was inevitable that he would be invaded by the demon chi again. Human Imperial City was too far away, and there was no place to hide in Demon Fury City, so that isolated space was the best option. Thinking of what previously transpired in that space though, Zhu Qing's cheeks involuntarily flushed. At this moment, the transformation of the world principles was extremely obvious. The world energy seemed to have been infused by something which was no doubt demon chi. Many demon kings and demon great generals who had been waiting for this looked excited. This was the aura of their ancestral home. When the revolving world principles leaned towards the demon realm, their rate of cultivation and speed of recovery was enhanced. The black puppy also became very excited. Obviously, it liked these world principles too. It cracked its mouth wide and constantly sucked in the surrounding demon chi. In a short while, the entire world had drastically changed. The surroundings were full of rich demon chi, and the world had gone dark. The rich demon chi flooded in every direction, giving everyone the impression of entering the demon realm. Although Xianxia had no idea what the demon realm looked like, he reckoned that it shouldn't look much different from the current revolving world. The change in world principles lasted a total of 3 days, and in these 3 days, Demon Fury City's masters recovered a lot, not enough to keep up with the appetite of the black puppy, but better than before. 3 days later, Xianxia took the black puppy to Wind Mountain, but when he came back, there was a frown on his face. Under the Demon King's and Demon Great General's disappointed gaze, Xianxia threw the black puppy down, letting it continue to devour their demon chi. "What's the situation?" Zhu Lai asked, raising his head. "I still couldn't see the exit." Xianxia shook his head. Although he climbed a little further than the last time, he still couldn't find where the exit was. In other words, the black puppy's current strength was still insufficient for them to leave. He had no choice but to continue making it grow stronger. Zhu Qing stepped forward and comforted, holding Xianxia's hand. "Don't worry. We will definitely get out someday. It's just a matter of time. That's all." Xianxia chuckled. "I'm not worried about anything. Only, this damned place is too depressing. The sooner we leave this place, the sooner I will be at ease." Zhu Qing hesitated for a moment before softly asking, "What if we really can't leave this place?" Xianxia squeezed her hand and affectionately replied, "Then we will grow old together here." Zhu Qing lowered her head. Her face was completely flushed. "You too? Do you think I'm blind?" Zhu Lai coldly snorted, his face extremely unsightly. He had strictly warned Xianxia before, but he hadn't expected him to not take his words seriously. Xianxia raised his hand, put his arm around Zhu Qing's shoulder, and stated provocatively, "You watch over things here. I'm going on a walk with your elder sister." After having said this, he directly grabbed Zhu Qing and left. Li Jiao grew anxious and loudly shouted from behind, "Palace Master Yang, please return as soon as possible." Without Xianxia, he would definitely not be able to stand the erosion of the demon chi when the world principles changed again. Although he had no idea what Xianxia had done to him before, he didn't notice any signs of demon chi erosion when he woke up from his coma. If he wanted to survive in this place, he could only rely on Xianxia. "Where are we going?" Zhu Qing still believed that Xianxia was taking her out for something, and innocently asked, "Anywhere as long as there is no one else there." His words were too straightforward, so Zhu Qing immediately understood, and her heart immediately started beating wildly as her cheeks turned red and hot. One after another, days went by, and in a flash it had been 3 months since Xianxia and his group had come to Demon Fury City. During these 3 months, the Demon King and Demon Great Generals of Demon Fury City had been living a life worse than death. They were constantly alternating between recovering and being drained. More often than not, they were forced to line up when just 20 to 30% of their strength had recovered. After 3 months of this, the cultivations of all the Demon Kings and Demon Great Generals had regressed by 1 or 2 minor realms. It was tantamount to having their flesh cut with a blunt knife, even more painful than being killed outright. Sometimes the Demon Kings simply wanted to fight it out with Xianxia, whatever the cost might be, but after giving it a thought, a living dog was better than a dead lion. Their ancestors had occupied Demon Fury City for hundreds of thousands of years. They couldn't allow its inheritance to be severed in their generation. Thinking so, they had no choice but to painstakingly bide their time, waiting to send these gods of misfortune away. The black puppy still looked the same as ever, only exuding an aura of a 5th or 6th order monster beast. But through Xianxia's many experiments, he knew it had become a lot stronger. The unknown space in its belly was more than 100 times larger than it was at the beginning, and it could now take Xianxia far higher up the mountain than before. During these 3 months, Xianxia and Zhu Qing would occasionally go out to tour the mountains and rivers, then return to Demon Fury City after spending a day or 2 together. Zhu Lai grumbled over this many times, even openly mocking them, but it had no effect on the couple. Zhu Qing had thin skin and would always blush with guilt whenever her little brother accused them, But Yang Kai was completely brazen. No matter what Zhu Lai said, he treated it as nothing but farts. As for Li Jiao, he was no longer living his life according to his own wishes, because every time the world principles leaned towards the demon realm, he would be knocked out by Yang Kai and only wake when the change was over. To this day, he still had no idea how exactly Yang Kai helped him avoid the misfortune of being corroded by the demon qi. Nonetheless, his gratitude towards him was increasing day by day despite having no choice in the matter. At this moment, Yang Kai was already rejoicing a little for not letting the black puppy swallow the demon kings, because if he had really done that, the black puppy would have never grown to this level in 3 months. It was indeed better to keep the goose that lays the egg than to kill it. The hard days of the demon race were finally coming to an end though, because the last time Yang Kai returned from Inwine Mountain with the black puppy, he informed the others that he had a vague idea of the location of the exit. As long as the black puppy became just a bit stronger, they should have a chance to leave this place. All the demon race members rejoiced after hearing this piece of news. They had been toiling hard for these 3 months just for this day, so now that they had seen hope, they naturally tried harder to recover. The priceless demon fruits that they could never bear to use were all taken out as they spared no effort to recover their energy. After another change of world principles, Yang Kai threw Li Jiao out of the small sealed world and woke him. In the square, all the demon kings and demon great generals were sitting cross-legged on the ground, blankly looking at Yang Kai, looking weak and exhausted. Yang Kai curled his lips into a smile and loudly stated, "Humans and demons have been enemies since ancient times. There is a deep-rooted feud between the two races that can never be resolved. According to reason, I should kill you all and end all troubles." Just as he said this, the faces of demon race members changed, but they didn't panic as they could tell that Yang Kai didn't plan on doing that from his words. "However, as thanks for your help over these past few months, we finally have hope of leaving this place, so I am willing to spare your lives." "Many thanks, sir," the charm demon shouted out loud, but there was no response from other demon race members. Yang Kai smiled and added, "I hope we will never meet again. Who wants to meet you again?" Many demon kings and demon great generals rained down curses in their hearts. "Farewell." Yang Kai smiled before picking up the black puppy and flying towards Wind Mountain. Zhu Qing, Zhu Lai, and Li Jiao hurriedly followed after him. "I wish Sir good luck and safe travels." The charm demon vigorously waved her hands. The corners of her eyes were a little moist. Finally, these living calamities are leaving." The demon kings and demon great generals sincerely prayed in their hearts for them to leave this world, watching Yang Kai and the others departing backs. Yang Kai had been to Wind Mountain more than a dozen times now, each time to perform an experiment with the black puppy, each time climbing further than he previously had. So, he could be considered to be quite familiar with the way and method. The cold demon qi continuously blew down the mountain from some unknown place, and the higher one climbed, the more terrifying it was. At the very beginning, everyone was at ease and could resist the cold demon qi with their own strength. But after 1,000 meters, it started to become a little strenuous. None would be able to go farther than 1,000 meters without the help of the black puppy. Obviously, the black puppy was familiar with this too, and after 1,000 meters, it opened its mouth wide and sucked in the oncoming cold demon qi into its belly. In a flash, the four felt the pressure on them greatly reduce. Basically, 90% of the oncoming cold demon qi was swallowed by the black puppy, while the remaining 10% was scattered about, easily dealt with by Yang Kai and the others. As they continued to advance forward, the cold demon qi grew more intense, but the black puppy was safe and sound as it devoured everything. Only after traversing 10,000 meters did a faint frost start to appear on the black puppy's body. Obviously, the cold demon qi began to have some effect on it. In the group of 4, Yang Kai was in the lead with the black puppy in his arms, whereas the Zhu sister and brother duo were in the middle, with Li Jiao bringing up the rear, though the distance between them did not exceed more than 3 steps each. The surrounding landscape was completely invisible. Even their divine sense couldn't spread more than 200 meters. Nonetheless, Yang Kai wasn't worried about going in the wrong direction. He just needed to walk in the direction from where the cold demon qi was blowing. After a day, they finally noticed signs of an anomaly up ahead. powerful space principle fluctuations were radiating from that direction. Xianxia was greatly excited and cried in a loud voice, "We are almost there." Hearing what he said, all three of them turned serious, especially Li Jiao. The Emperor Qi emanating from him was extremely fierce, and a voice was ringing in his mind. "As long as I can leave this damned place, I'm going straight back to Fire Dragon Palace and not coming out." Thinking so, his blood was pumping as he was filled with expectation. The air around the black puppy became colder and colder as a thick layer of frost covered its body. Its big wide-open mouth also became smaller and smaller. Obviously, it was approaching its limit. About 1,000 meters ahead, there seemed to be the source of the cold demon Qi. The whistling Yin winds that were found everywhere on the Yin Wind Mountain were nowhere near as terrifying as they were here. The last stretch was always the hardest to cross. Xianxia discovered this place the last time he came here and knew that this should be the place where the exit was. The black puppy had grown a lot stronger over the last few days, so he reckoned that he should be able to bring himself and the others to the exit. Sink or swim, it all depended on this moment. Xianxia constantly whispered words of encouragement in the black puppy's ears. The black puppy could obviously understand everything and probably knew that everyone's life and death were tied to its performance. Suddenly, like divine providence, a muffled roar came from its throat as its small mouth suddenly became bigger again. All the oncoming cold demon Qi was swallowed by it. Immediately, the pressure on everyone sharply dropped. Xianxia promptly sped up his footsteps. 700 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. With just 100 meters left, Xianxia finally saw what the exit looked like. At first glance, it looked like a rift in space. Furthermore, pure and rich demon Qi along with an extremely cold aura that could freeze anything and everything in the world was billowing out from that tear, converging in one place. The rift was several dozen meters long and stretched across the top of Yin Wind Mountain, weaving up and down, continuous and ever-changing, looking extremely unstable. Logically, such a gap could not possibly continue to exist for a long time because the world principles would automatically repair it. But the revolving world was quite peculiar, located in the void crack between the demon realm and the star boundary. It wouldn't be surprising if the pulling force of the two great worlds were what made a crack appear in the revolving world and kept it open. If someday the pulling force of a certain great world on the revolving world suddenly grew stronger, it might tear the entire revolving world to pieces. At that time, all the creatures living here would surely perish. A rift like this was inappropriate for anyone to pass through as they wished, because the wild fluctuations in space principles could have unpredictable effects on those who tried to cross it. One might pass through without any trouble or might be ripped apart the instant they tried. It was completely up to luck. If one wanted to cross such a rift, one would first need to stabilize it to create a safe entrance. As all kinds of thoughts flashed across Xianxia's mind, he had already anticipated the situation and had long come up with a plan. He then shouted, "I will stabilize this exit, but I won't be able to hold it for too long, 3 breaths at most. You must quickly follow me, so that you don't get lost in the void crack." N. Zhu Qing nodded while Zhu Lai and Li Jiao also turned serious. Their nerves were taut and they were ready to act at a moment's notice. When it came to the void crack and anything else related to the Tao of space, they were completely helpless regardless of their great strength. They could only depend on Xianxia at this moment. Xianxia's face also turned serious as space principles flared from his figure. Although he was standing on the same spot, it gave the impression that he was sometimes far and sometimes near as space warped around him. Open! With a loud shout, the invisible space principles condensed, creating a wave visible to the naked eye which shot straight towards the shifting void crack. In an instant, an invisible gate seemed to have been erected at a certain location on the rift, stabilizing that small piece of it. "Qing, hurry!" Xianxia shouted. Zhu Qing, who had prepared beforehand, rushed into the invisible gate and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhu Lai followed right on her tail without a word. Li Jiao was the last to make a move, and in light of his strength, he should be able to rush in if there was no accident. But the moment he left the black puppy's protection range, he became completely stiff. He was unable to circulate his Emperor Qi, and could only watch the entrance just before him helplessly as he stood rooted on the spot. His eyes bulged and were almost ready to pop out as his blood went cold and almost froze as panic and despair gripped his heart and soul. He knew that he was finished this time. If he missed this opportunity, he would never be able to leave this place and would freeze to death in the end. Panic-stricken and anxious, all he could do was cast a begging look at Yang Kai. Waste! Yang Kai angrily cursed. He hadn't expected that Li Jiao would freeze at the critical moment. He wanted to leave him behind, but he still reached out and grabbed him before quickly rushing towards the crack, holding the black puppy with his other hand. The 3 breaths were already over and the stabilized part of the rift had begun to collapse. Yang Kai had no choice but to push his space principles once again, forming a semi-safe region in front of himself before disappearing into it. The howls of the wind disappeared all of a sudden and their surroundings turned completely quiet and calm. There was no light, nor any world energy here, only nothingness. Arriving at such a mysterious and silent place from the howling environment before would make anyone a little uneasy. In this place, only divine sense was of some use. Qing'er! Yang Kai promptly shouted, but no voice could propagate here. Fortunately, he sensed Zhu Qing's aura and immediately threw Li Jiao down and came to Zhu Qing's side, pulling her into his arms. "Are you okay?" Yang Kai asked via divine sense. "I'm all right," Zhu Qing replied. She was the first to charge into the rift, so naturally, nothing would happen to her. But Yang Kai's concern still filled her with warmth as she asked, "Is this the void crack?" "That's right. This is the void crack." It wasn't the first time Yang Kai had been to this place. The void crack was everywhere, and one could enter it from anywhere. Although it was similar in all places, it was unimaginably vast, and for most, no matter how strong they were, such a place was extremely dangerous. Once someone was cast into the void crack, he or she might become lost here and never escape for the rest of their life. Only someone proficient in the Tao of space was qualified to traverse this place, and they were only qualified, far from being able to leisurely stroll around. At this time, Zhu Lai and Li Jiao also converged on him. Zhu Lai was still good and fine, but Li Jiao was trembling as he had been almost frozen just now, fear still lingering on his face. Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he warned them. There are many space turbulences in the void crack that can swallow up and sweep one away, or teleport them to some random location. If you sense something strange, don't try to investigate out of curiosity, just move as far away from it as possible. Palace Master Yang is right, I will follow your orders here. Li Jiao nodded his agreement without a moment of hesitation. In this situation, even if Yang Kai farted, he would breathe it in gratefully. He had no choice. After having owed him so many times, including being rescued just now, Li Jiao had no choice but to pin his hopes on Yang Kai if he wanted to make it back to the star boundary. If he couldn't count on him, who could he count on? It's also easy to get lost here. In this place, a momentary lapse is all that is required to lose contact even if you are just arm's length away. So I suggest that everyone hold each other's hands like good friends. That's a really good proposal. Li Jiao was trying to find some sense of security, and Yang Kai's proposal undoubtedly hit home as he hurriedly looked over at Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai, maintaining a cold face, responded, "If you dare to lean over, you're dead." Ahem, it was Palace Master Yang's suggestion. Li Jiao replied, now stuck in a tight position. Zhu Lai furrowed his brow before he took out a ribbon from his space ring without another word. Although they were inside a chaotic nothingness, when the ribbon appeared, a flash of light immediately brightened the surroundings for a moment. Obviously, it was a fairly good Emperor artifact. Moreover, it was an Emperor artifact quite suitable for women. Use this, Zhu Lai suggested. Asking him to hold hands with Li Jiao was more difficult than killing him. That should work too. Yang Kai nodded. Zhu Lai immediately flicked the ribbon straight at Yang Kai, who grabbed its end and tied it around his waist, while Zhu Lai tied the other end to himself. Li Jiao, looking with eager eyes, asked with an unashamed look, Leave a bit for me too." Zhu Lai let out a snort. Although he was filled with dissatisfaction, he didn't make things difficult for him and really left a section for Li Jiao, who hurriedly and happily tied it to his wrist. This way, all 3 of them were connected with each other, and the quality of the ribbon was pretty good, so it wouldn't break that easily. As for Zhu Qing, there was no need to worry about her. Yang Kai was holding her in his arms the whole time, so it could be said that she was in the safest place. It was just that she was blushing and having a hard time adapting to being so close to Yang Kai in front of others. "All right, let's find the exit now," Yang Kai shouted. "Do you know where the exit is?" Zhu Lai asked. "I can sense it somewhat." Yang Kai turned and looked towards a certain direction before walking off. Zhu Lai and Li Jiao hurriedly followed after him. After walking for a while, Zhu Lai felt that something was wrong. Indeed, it was a good idea to use a ribbon to remain connected to each other, avoiding the embarrassment and discomfort of holding hands. But now, it gave the impression that Yang Kai was leading two animals. Once this thought crossed his mind, Zhu Lai's face blackened right away. Li Jiao was struck with panic and large beads of sweat started oozing from his forehead as, much to his surprise, he felt a murderous intent rising from Zhu Lai. "I didn't provoke him, so what's going on now?" He couldn't understand. In the boundless void, a group of four walked for who knows how long and avoided who knows how many void turbulences before they finally arrived at a strange place. This place seemed to be divided into two levels, an upper and lower level, each connected by an enormous whirlpool. The whirlpools were completely pitch black and seemed capable of swallowing anything and everything, giving everyone the shudders. Both whirlpools appeared to be in a mysterious static state, but anyone could feel the terrifying suction coming from them. Yang Kai and the others were standing right in the middle of these two vortices. After meticulously observing them for a long time, Yang Kai solemnly stated, "These two are the exits, and if I'm right, one should lead to the star boundary and the other to the demon realm." Li Jiao asked, "Which should we take?" Yang Kai replied, pointing at one, "The upper one. Although both look exactly the same, demon chi is overflowing from the bottom one. That one definitely leads to the demon realm. Since the location is determined, let's go then," Zhu Lai urged. Yang Kai nodded before exhorting, "I will take you out of here back to the star boundary, but I can't guarantee your safety during the transit. After all, there are a lot of variables here. Since that's the hand we are dealt, it's useless to say anything anymore." Yang Kai pursed his lips into a smile and stated, "Then let's go. You must closely follow behind me." Just as he finished speaking, his figure rushed towards the upper vortex. Space principles madly surged as an invisible blow shot straight toward the vortex, prying open a way through it, creating a safe passage between the two realms. Immediately, some unexpected changes began to appear in that calm and quiet vortex. The rotating layers upon layers madly squeezed from all directions, as if they wanted to push everyone out. At first glance, the entire scene gave the impression that Yang Kai was riding a giant wave, waves that separated and then merged back together and swirled behind him. Zhu Lai and Li Jiao could only follow closely behind Yang Kai to avoid getting swallowed up by the current. Fortunately, everyone was a master among masters and were connected by the Emperor Artifact ribbon. Furthermore, no one made any mistakes at this critical point. Yang Kai pushed forward like a hot knife cutting through butter, releasing space principles to the limit. After shuttling through the vortex for who knows how long, Yang Kai suddenly felt a huge resistance coming from the front, making him feel as if he had run straight into an iron plate. His blood began to roil and he could see stars circling around him. The world barrier. The reason the two great worlds weren't connected to each other was because of the existence of world barriers. This was the barrier that shielded and bordered a great world. Generally speaking, it was extremely strong and even great emperors couldn't tear it apart. According to what Yang Kai knew, only the great demon god of the demon realm once pierced through the world barrier, allowing the demon realm's masters to descend to the ancient star boundary. If the world barrier was in a normal state, Yang Kai would never be able to pierce through it even if he was proficient in the Tao of space. After all, his cultivation was too low. Compared to those ancient masters, he was just in the first order emperor. But the world barriers were incomplete here because of the existence of the revolving world floating between the star boundary and the demon realm, so some flaws had appeared in it. Although Yang Kai was disoriented after the collision, he also noticed a chance to break through it. Suddenly, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus in his knowledge sea bloomed with seven-colored brilliance, stabilizing Yang Kai's mind. At the same time, Xianxia pushed his space principles to form moon blades one after another, which he crazily fired towards the front. Countless moon blades fell like a meteor shower, and a gap really began to appear in the sturdy world barrier. Xianxia rejoiced as he led everyone through that gap. But right then, an accident occurred. Who knows whether it was triggered because of Xianxia's methods or because a gap had suddenly appeared in the world barrier, but the void turbulences suddenly rioted, sweeping everyone up in an instant. Xianxia was caught off guard, and by the time he regained his wits, Zhu Qing was nowhere to be found. He immediately turned pale in horror and promptly spread out his divine sense. But the next moment, his heart hit rock bottom. Not only had Zhu Qing disappeared, even Zhu Lai and Li Jiao, who were following behind him, had also disappeared. Even the black puppy was nowhere to be found. Xianxia broke into a cold sweat and stood rooted on his spot. Xianxia turned around, wanting to rush back, but the world barrier had already repaired itself. After a bright flash of light, Xianxia appeared in another world. Feeling the familiar world principles in his surroundings, Xianxia understood that he had returned to the star boundary, but it was a little different from his expectations. He wasn't in the frozen earth, because there was no ice and snow anywhere in sight. This wasn't even the northern territory, as although the world principles of the star boundary were roughly the same everywhere, there were some subtle differences between the different territories. Xianxia had lived in the northern territory for quite some time, so if he was in the northern territory now, he would definitely have sensed it. Where the hell am I? Zhu Qing and the others wouldn't have failed to keep up and get lost into the void, could they? Just as this thought crossed Xianxia's mind, his face immediately turned incomparably ugly. He hadn't expected for an accident to happen when he had opened a rift in the world barrier. Had he known this earlier, he would have been more cautious. If Zhu Qing and the others were really lost in the void, they might never be able to find their way out. In that case, he would have to return to the revolving world to search for them, but even the black puppy was gone now, so even if he could really enter the revolving world, he would not be able to venture deep into Inwind Mountain. In a flash, Xianxia became extremely depressed, and all the joy of returning to the star boundary had completely vanished. He lowered his head and looked at his waist where Zhu Lai's ribbon artifact was broken and had lost most of its brilliance. Its spirituality was completely lost as this fairly good emperor artifact was cut to pieces by the intense void turbulence. If Zhu Qing and the others had suffered similar fates, even their dragon bodies would be injured. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia forced himself to calm down and carefully think about what just transpired. After a moment, Xianxia's taut nerves finally relaxed. Although everything happened during a very short span of time, he still had sensed a little, and recalling everything step by step, he found some clues. He now believed that Zhu Qing and the others should not be lost in the void, as the void turbulence, which caused them to be separated, struck them as they passed through the world barrier. If that was the case, it meant that they had all returned to the star boundary, but the place where everyone returned was different. As long as Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai returned to the star boundary, they would not be in any danger. Perhaps they might be searching for me now. As this thought crossed his mind, Xianxia finally relaxed somewhat. But whether this was the case or not, it had not been verified yet. Finally, he looked around and found himself standing amidst scorching sand and violent sandstorms, like he was in a desert. The world energy here was pretty lacking, and the environment was a little harsh too. He could not find a single piece of grass growing anywhere in sight. In any case, I need to find Zhu Qing and the others first. Thinking so, Xianxia immediately summoned his flowing clouds shuttle and flew off in a random direction to begin searching. The desert seemed vast. Xianxia had been searching around for several days but had not found its end. Of course, he had been circling around where he had appeared and hadn't traveled in a straight line. Had he flown in just one direction, perhaps he would have left the desert. The reason he was constantly circling was to look for any signs of Zhu Qing and the others. After 5 days though, Xianxia, who was keeping a close watch on the surroundings on the flowing clouds shuttle, finally sensed a familiar aura. He was taken aback and immediately made a beeline in that direction. It didn't take him that long to reach that place, where he saw billowing sand as if an army was rushing over. It was quite an amazing sight, and in front of that dust storm, a small black figure was running. It seemed to be running away from some fearsome master, looking quite panicked as it weaved left and right. The black figure was extremely fast, but pursuing it was an extremely powerful monster beast. This monster beast was treading the sand but was still unable to catch up to its target. Furious, it kept angrily roaring and attacking, leaving enormous pits in the surrounding deserts. Promptly stowing the flowing clouds shuttle, Xianxia ran towards the fleeing black figure. The black figure had obviously sensed Xianxia's aura and raised its head to stare at him. The black figure looked pleasantly surprised and immediately made a beeline towards Xianxia, its speed shooting up as it pulled away from its pursuer. After a while, the little black shadow arrived before Xianxia and jumped into his arms, whimpering and trembling. "Ah, Wang. It's all right now, don't be afraid." Xianxia's anxious heart finally relaxed as he gently stroked the black puppy's back. Seeing the black puppy, Xianxia finally confirmed that Zhu Qing and the others were safe and sound. At least Zhu Qing was absolutely fine, as the black puppy had been in Zhu Qing's arms the whole time. Since the black puppy had returned to the star boundary, Zhu Qing had definitely returned as well. Only he had no idea where she was. Obviously, the black puppy had been fleeing for a long while as it was out of breath and its small body was heaving up and down. It had finally found a sense of security in Xianxia's arms. Ho! A deafening roar suddenly reverberated across the sky, shaking eardrums before the billowing sand flew over, and an enormous monster beast the size of a 2-story building suddenly appeared. The beast looked extremely terrifying, like an angry bull that had 2 fangs protruding from the corners of its mouth. Its eyes were red as blood, and it was exuding fearsome monster chi. Judging by the aura it was radiating, it appeared to be a peak 11th order monster beast. Xianxia failed to stifle his laughter. "You are really useless. You were chased by this guy? Don't you have your swallowing divine ability?" An 11th order monster beast was equivalent to a Dao Source Realm master. That's all. This monster beast might appear fearsome, but the black puppy had even swallowed demon kings. So how could it be helpless before a mere 11th order monster beast? Xianxia couldn't understand what was going on. "Don't make trouble. Swallow it." Xianxia poked the black puppy, but he didn't expect it to shrink even more into his arms, leaving only its butt and its short tail between its legs exposed. It looked as if it would not come out no matter what. Ho! The 11th order monster beast was angered by Xianxia's carefree appearance and let out another roar before it lifted its enormous paw and smacked it down towards him with the intention of flattening Xianxia into nothing. Xianxia furrowed his brow before lifting his arm and flicking his finger straight towards the monster beast's hoof. The enormous hoof suddenly exploded and the monster beast was sent flying. The brutality in its scarlet eyes disappeared all of a sudden, replaced by pure horror. Having cultivated to the 11th order, a monster beast would naturally have some level of sentience even if it did not have a human form. Hence, it would know how to seek out fortune and avoid misfortune. When Xianxia easily used a finger to cause its huge hoof to explode, it immediately sensed that it was in mortal danger. Therefore, it turned around without hesitation, wrapped itself in sand and dust, and escaped into the distance as swiftly as the wind. The ability to wrap itself in sand and dust seemed like some sort of innate divine ability for it to escape from danger. Xianxia was in a good mood since he managed to locate the black puppy. Thus, he did not give chase nor kill it ruthlessly. An 11th order monster beast was nothing to him, so he simply watched it escape without stopping it. "What's with you?" He held the black puppy up in front of his eyes and studied it carefully. He was unable to make heads or tails of the situation. Could even devour a demon king, so why is it being driven into the corner by a mere 11th order monster beast? He would not have believed it had he not seen it with his own eyes. Thinking back on it, Gong Yu, who had been taken over by a demon spirit at the time, once said that the black puppy had a faint trace of the Abyssal Returner's bloodline. However, he did not outrightly mention that it was an Abyssal Returner cub. It was very likely that the puppy did not come from a pure bloodline. Its innate divine ability would instinctively be stimulated when faced with its favorite food, the demon race. Unfortunately, that ability was unstable and unreliable against other kinds of enemies. It once devoured Liao Guanshi in the revolving world without any warning, but behaved very ordinarily when fighting against the princes and princesses of the imperial family. It had not used its innate devouring ability at the time even once. From the looks of it, it probably failed to bring out its divine ability and was chased by an 11th order monster beast as a result. It was pretty troublesome to have impure bloodlines. Even so, Xianxia wasn't bothered by this. It was good if the black puppy was capable, but it was fine even if it wasn't. After all, he did not need to rely on its power. The most important thing was that he finally knew that Zhu Qing and the others were here. Picking up the black puppy, he placed it on his shoulder, but did not summon his Emperor-grade flight-type artifact. Instead, Xianxia just flew into the air directly before he continued his search. Unfortunately, for the next 10 days he made no new discoveries. 10 days later, an oasis suddenly appeared in Xianxia's field of vision. Discovering such a pleasing spot out of the blue in this land of endless sand and dust instantly made his mood brighten. There seemed to be a small village in the oasis, and Xianxia could sense a number of life auras inside. Sweeping his divine sense across the village, he discovered that there were no powerful cultivators here, with the strongest person being just a Dao source realm while the rest were even lower than that. Xianxia headed to the oasis and landed beside the clear pool of water. Bending down, he washed his face in the water while the black puppy jumped into the water and started swimming freely. When he lifted his head again, he saw several children standing next to him and staring at him with wide eyes brimming with curiosity. The children were a mix of boys and girls, with the youngest no older than 5 while the oldest was perhaps 11 or 12. It might have been due to the environment, but their clothes were shabby and patched over multiple times. Moreover, they had terrible complexions and were all skin and bones, looking extremely malnourished. The older ones among them seemed to have begun cultivating. Unfortunately, their cultivation was weak to the point that it was pitiful. They stood tens of meters away from Xianxia, staring at him timidly with eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Xianxia smiled at them slightly, but just as he was about to speak, his gaze focused on something in one of the girl's hair. Smiling even more happily, Xianxia asked in as friendly a voice as possible, "Hey, where did you get that?" This girl was among the older ones in the group of children and had tied a ribbon into her hair. What surprised Xianxia was the material the ribbon was made out of. It turned out to be part of the Emperor artifact ribbon Zhu Lai had brought out. Back in the Void Crack, everybody had used this Emperor artifact ribbon to tie themselves together to prevent getting lost or separated. However, that artifact had been shredded when they crossed the world barrier by a violent void turbulence. Xianxia had one section in his possession originally, but later threw it away since he no longer had a use for it. "I can't believe I'd find another section of that artifact here. This is clearly not the one that I threw away, as the place I discarded mine is far away from here. There is no way this little girl could have picked up that ribbon from over there." In other words, this section of the ribbon must have been dropped by either Li Jiao or Zhu Lai. This discovery confirmed Xianxia's suspicions from before. Everyone had returned to Star Boundary. It was just that they all landed in different places. When Xianxia spoke up abruptly, the children jumped in fright and took several steps back in unison. "Can you let me see that for a moment? I will return it to you once I'm done." Stretching out his hand, the ribbon loosened and flew over to Xianxia. He lowered his head and studied the ribbon and was now certain it was a piece of the Emperor artifact. It was too bad that its spirituality was completely lost after it was torn to pieces and no longer had any use. If not for that, the aura of an Emperor rank artifact alone would be enough to crush this little girl into dust. Nodding repeatedly, he lifted his head again to ask something, but to his surprise, he saw the children fleeing without warning. They were probably frightened away by his sudden movements. Moments later, several dozen cultivators of varying strength rushed over from all directions following the screams of the children. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Xianxia, all of them staring at him warily, their expressions rather unkind. Xianxia failed to stifle his laughter even though he knew that his actions were a little reckless. His gaze shifted and landed on the face of one of the middle-aged men as he asked, "Are you the one in charge here?" That middle-aged man's cultivation was at the second-order Dao source realm and he was the strongest person here, but for some reason, His face looked particularly haggard and aged. It seemed even his cultivation could not prevent the passing years from carving wrinkles into his face while the rest of the villagers were in similar situations. Moreover, Yang Kai could tell that something was amiss from their expressions. The looks in their eyes seemed to be filled with despair. Upon hearing Yang Kai's question, the middle-aged man nodded. "That is correct. I am the one in charge of Greenwater Village. May I know your excellency's name?" Although his cultivation was not as high as Yang Kai's, he could tell that the young man in front of him was not somebody he could afford to provoke. Thus, he spoke with great respect, for fear that he might bring disaster down on the Greenwater Village. "My name doesn't matter. I just wanted to ask something." Yang Kai lifted the ribbon in his hands and continued. "I saw the little girl wearing this on her head just now, so I wanted to know where she obtained it. I didn't mean to frighten them. Can you help me ask her about it instead?" The middle-aged man said, "If that's the case, there's no need to ask her. Do you know about it?" He nodded and replied, "She received that item from a red-haired young man." A red-haired young man? Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard the news. He didn't need to inquire further to know that the red-haired young man was Zhu Lai, and thus, he hurriedly asked, "Where is that red-haired young man now?" "He left a long time ago." The middle-aged man mulled over it for a bit before continuing. "He suddenly appeared in this place about half a month ago and waited here for about half a day. Then a woman came looking for him. After that, they left together." Yang Kai anxiously asked, "What did that woman look like? Did she have red hair too?" The middle-aged man nodded. "That's right. Moreover, those two looked very strong. I believe they were even stronger than you." "That's right. That's right. They are certainly stronger than I am." Yang Kai was all smiles, his worries finally completely laid to rest. Although he had guessed that Zhu Qing was fine when he managed to locate the black puppy, it was still a huge relief to receive confirmation. Red hair was a unique characteristic of the Red Dragon siblings. Zhu Lai had obviously arrived at this oasis and used a Dragon Clan secret technique to contact Zhu Qing. Then, they left this place together after she arrived. The middle-aged man continued. "This ribbon is what the red-haired young man left behind when he left this place. Please excuse the child's ignorance for picking it up and playing with it. You can have it back if it is something you need." Yang Kai waved his hand lightly in response. "That is not necessary. I just wanted some information. There's no need to be so nervous." While speaking, he flicked his wrist and the ribbon immediately flew to the little girl and stopped in front of her. The little girl glanced at Yang Kai several times before grabbing the ribbon and holding it in her palm like a treasured item. After ascertaining that he meant no harm, the group of people finally felt relieved. They had sensed how powerful Yang Kai was and knew if he meant to harm them, they would have no way to resist. "Which direction did that man and woman leave in? Do you know?" The middle-aged man pointed with his hand. "That way." Glancing into the distance, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks." Subsequently, he turned around and called for the black puppy. Picking Ah Wang up, he then left in the direction Zhu Qing and her brother had gone, chasing after them. Upon seeing him leave, the villagers secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, it was just a momentary respite as a figure appeared in front of them again a moment later. It was the powerful young man from before who had for some reason returned. The middle-aged man asked curiously, "Does your excellency need something else?" Yang Kai smiled. "I thought about it, and since you helped me out, I should return the favor to you. It was nothing. Please don't worry about it." The middle-aged man shook his head in response. "It might be a trivial matter to you, but it is extremely important to me. In that case, go ahead and tell me what you need. I will do my best to satisfy you." As soon as those words left his mouth, a small commotion ran through the crowd as they looked at the middle-aged man in unison. Similarly, the head of the village's expression changed significantly. Even so, he hesitated for a long time before shaking his head and saying, "Many thanks, Your Excellency. However, we are currently not in need of anything in particular." Yang Kai smiled. "Looking at your expressions, it must be something difficult to ask, or perhaps there are lives at stake. Not answering when asked means that you are either being restrained by something, or do not have confidence in me. Tell me, who is troubling you? It's nothing. The middle-aged man shook his head again with a nervous expression. Your Excellency, please go quickly. The people you are looking for left half a month ago, so if you don't leave now, you won't be able to catch up with them again. Yang Kai ignored the village head and turned his gaze to the little girl who had picked up the ribbon instead to ask. In truth, you are the one who did me the favor, so I would like to return the favor in kind. Tell me, is somebody bullying you? I will go and beat them up so that they won't be able to bully you again. The little girl exclaimed in surprise. Really? Yes, really. Then, the little girl said, Then, can you go and defeat that giant snake? It often comes here to eat people. Both my brother and sister were eaten by it. A giant snake? Yang Kai frowned. 10 days later, Yang Kai leisurely appeared in a city somewhere. After so many days, he finally figured out where he was. He was in the Western Territory. The Western Territory was said to be the most barren and desolate of the 4 domains in the star boundary. Despite coming to star boundary for so many years, Yang Kai had yet to step foot into the Western Territory. He never thought that he would accidentally come here upon escaping from the revolving world and did not know if there were mysterious and unseen forces at work behind the scenes. 10 days ago, he had left the oasis and went to slay a monster beast, a giant snake. It was a 12th-order monster beast, which was comparable to a 2nd-order Emperor Realm Master. It considered the people living in the oasis food and would devour 1 or 2 of them from time to time. Unfortunately, the people living in the oasis were powerless, even if they wanted to escape. Anyone who dared to venture any further than 5 kilometers from the oasis would die a horrible death. Even though that 12th-order monster beast was a terrifying nightmare to those people, it was nothing to Yang Kai. Thus, he got rid of it in passing. It was also to return a favor to those people. He did not return to the oasis again afterwards, leaving straight away without another word. He was certain that the people in the oasis would discover that the giant snake causing trouble for them had been slain within a few days. He then chased after Zhu Qing and her brother but did not find traces of them anywhere, so he concluded they must have returned to Dragon Island or gone back to High Heaven Palace. At this point, Yang Kai was no longer in a rush to search for them. Traveling across the mountains and the rivers, he enjoyed the unique customs and sceneries of the Western Territory in a leisurely manner. It was a rare opportunity for him to come to the Western Territory. Hence, he wanted to find a remote and hidden location to set up a cross-territory space array. That way, it would be more convenient for him to come to the Western Territory again in the future. However, he couldn't find a suitable place for his use despite searching for several days, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. The Western Territory might be relatively remote and barren compared to the other 3 territories, but relative was still just relative. Having said that, it contained many famous lands which were cultivation paradises rich in world energy. The famous Shadow Killer Palace was also located in the Western Territory. Shadow Killer Palace was the hegemon of the Western Territory and was led by a great emperor. It was established by none other than the frightening Night Shadow Great Emperor. Compared to other great emperor sects, Shadow Killer Palace was undoubtedly the most mysterious one. That was because even the local cultivators in the Western Territory were not sure as to where the sect was situated, nor how many disciples it had. Even so, it did not prevent Shadow Killer Palace from standing supreme in the hearts of the Western Territory's cultivators. If one were to say that Star Soul Palace was the holy land in the hearts of the Southern Territory's cultivators, then Shadow Killer Palace held the same status in the Western Territory. As great emperors were masters among masters, a great emperor who was proficient in the way of assassination was even more terrifying. There were rumors in the Western Territory that although there were no obvious differences in strengths among the great emperors, the most feared one was none other than Night Shadow Great Emperor. That honor was not something ordinary people could ever grasp. The city Yang Kai entered was not that small, and he immediately made his way into a tavern, found a table by the window and sat down. Then, the shophand immediately came over and greeted him enthusiastically. "Hello, what would you like to order? Do you have any sword wine?" Yang Kai asked. The shophand grinned meaningfully in response. "You came to the right place, sir. There are thousands of shops in Starpoint City, but only 10 of them sell sword wine. This small shop happens to be one of them. Yang Kai waved his hand magnanimously. Bring me 100 bottles to quench my thirst. The Western Territory was not just famous for Shadow Killer Palace and the Night Shadow Great Emperor. It was also famous for the sword wine, a wine brewed by a place known as the Sword Villa. The brewing process of the sword wine was extremely complicated and time-consuming. More importantly, it required a master proficient in the sword Dao to pour their insight into the wine. For that reason, every bottle of it was extremely precious. The sword wine was very beneficial for cultivators, and consuming it long-term could improve cultivation, especially for those cultivating the sword Dao. It could help cultivators comprehend the concepts of the sword Dao better, and it was precisely because of the sword wine's existence that there were more sword masters in the Western Territory compared to the other 3 territories. When Yang Kai first met Zhu Qing, she kept pestering him non-stop to be friends, which annoyed him to no end. Hence, he sent her to the Western Territory to obtain some sword wine in order to escape from her pestering. He originally did that just to make things difficult for her. But to his surprise, she actually managed to obtain a bottle of sword wine in rather short order. Recalling the unfamiliarity and repulsion between them in the beginning, Yang Kai couldn't help sighing in amazement at the thought that they were now husband and wife. It truly was impossible to predict the future. Fate is decided by the heavens, and everything in life is part of a never-ending cycle. Zhu Qing herself probably never expected the 2 of them to end up as a couple either. Now that Yang Kai had experienced the Western Territory for himself, the first thing he thought about was the sword wine. If he could obtain large quantities of the sword wine, it would be helpful to the future development of High Heaven Palace. More so since his relatives and friends back on Shadowed Star were not strong enough. When the time came for him to bring them to the star boundary, it would surely be easier for them to cultivate if they had the assistance of the sword wine. Perhaps, I should visit Sword Villa to find a way to cooperate with them. At any rate, I am an Emperor-rank alchemist, so I'm sure Sword Villa won't be able to deny my request if I can meet their requirements. As those thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, mocking laughter sounded from the table next to him. Which rock did you crawl out from under? What do you take the sword wine for? I can't believe you tried to order 100 bottles. You sure don't know your own limits. Yang Kate turned his head to look in the direction of the sound and saw a burly man with his chest exposed looking at him mockingly. He had a bulb-like nose and a toad-like mouth, making him look extremely ugly. He wore a string of skulls around his neck that originated from some sort of unknown beasts. Each skull was approximately the size of a fist and gave off a chilling aura, which only served to set off his ferociousness even more. That person's appearance might be rather horrendous, but Yang Kai was more surprised to discover that that man was a second-order emperor. Moreover, 2 other first-order emperors shared a table with that man. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. According to his observations, Starpoint City was not considered a big city, so it did not make sense for so many Emperor Realm Masters to be here. However, the truth was that there seemed to be 2 other emperors in this tavern aside from those 3 at that table. Stealthily extending his divine sense outward, Yang Kai studied his surroundings and instantly discovered that something was wrong. These Emperor Realm Masters seemed to be waiting for something here. When their gazes met, the brawny man slammed his fist against the table and sternly roared, "What are you looking at? I was talking about you, you country bumpkin. What a nasty temper." Yang Kai chuckled secretly. He couldn't be bothered to pick a fight with that man while on the other hand, the other 2 Emperor Realm Masters sharing the same table as him hurriedly piped up, "Senior Xiong, please calm down. Why are you trying to reason with a country bumpkin like him? We should focus on business instead." "That's right," the other person fervently agreed. The burly man with the surname Xiong snorted coldly at those words. Yang Kai, showing weakness, seemed to stroke his ego and vanity, so he threw a disdainful look at him before picking up his wine and draining the contents with a smug expression. Seeing that a storm had passed, the shop hand nearby wiped away his cold sweat and tentatively glanced at Yang Kai to ask, "Does Sir come from afar?" "You have a good eye, little guy." Yang Kai smiled gently without denying it. Generally speaking, Servants working in these kinds of crowded environments would develop an excellent eye for people. They could pretty much figure out the origins and status of a person with a single glance. Besides, there were subtle differences between Yang Kai's clothes and the clothes of the Western Territories cultivators, and he was also covered in dust from his travels. If the shop hand failed to notice these details, he would be unqualified for his job. The shop hand smiled and said, "Then, I can't blame sir for not knowing. I'm sure you know that sword wine can only be produced by Sword Villa. Therefore, the amount produced every year is limited. This shop may sell sword wine, but we have a limited supply of it. I'm afraid something like 100 bottles of sword wine is beyond what we can sell." Yang Kai understood and asked, "How many bottles can I buy?" The shop hand answered embarrassedly, "1 bottle. Only 1 bottle?" Even though Yang Kai was somewhat mentally prepared, he was still taken aback by the answer. It seemed as though the sword wine was not something one could drink casually even in the Western Territory. I wonder how Zhu Qing obtained the sword wine back then. Despite his curiosity, Yang Kai didn't care too much, so he simply nodded. "Oh well, 1 bottle it is, then. I want the best one you have." As soon as the words left his mouth, the burly man by the side sneered again. "Is the best sword wine something that you are worthy of drinking? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? What a shameless fool." Another person at the same table laughed. "There are all kinds of people out there in the world. Senior Xiong, why do you care about what he does?" That burly man shook his head. "I can't stand these useless good-for-nothings that have nothing to them aside from their good looks. I get the urge to beat them up every time I meet one." Meanwhile, Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to those words and simply addressed the shop hand again. "Can you explain it to me?" The shop hand felt even more embarrassed as he explained. The sword wine can be categorized into 3 classes: low rank, mid-rank, and high rank. This shop only sells low-rank and mid-rank sword wines. On the other hand, only 1 bottle of the high-rank sword wine is sold each day, and those can only be bought by participating in the auction. An auction? Yang Kai looked surprised but soon realized that this was a way for the shop to solicit customers. After all, special goods always sold better. He immediately asked, "About today's auction?" "It ended this morning." Yang Kai nodded and pondered in silence for a moment. "I see. Get me a bottle of mid-rank sword wine then." "Good. Please wait a moment." The shop hand seemed relieved to see that Yang Kai was being so reasonable. Thus, he turned around to leave after responding. Yang Kai turned to look out the window then, watching the weaving flow of people as the urge to visit Sword Villa grew stronger. At that moment, a quiet conversation entered his ears. One person said, "The Wind and Cloud Pavilion has gone all out this time around and issued a wanted order for that little girl. If anybody manages to kill her, they will receive a reward of 10 million high-rank source crystals. The reward for capturing her alive is even more remarkable. They are offering a reward of 20 million high-rank source crystals for that." The voices came from the table by the side where those 3 Emperor Realm Masters sat. They believed that their voices were soft enough that nobody else could hear them. However, Yang Kai's divine sense was extremely powerful, so he could hear their voices clearly regardless of how softly they spoke. A reward ranging from 10 to 20 million high-rank source crystals was very tempting to these Emperor Realm Masters. After all, even Fire Dragon Palace, a top sect in the Northern Territory, only made 50 million high-rank source crystals a year. Moreover, that was the income of the entire sect. What was distributed to the individuals within the sect was much less than that. For that reason, 10 million to 20 million high-rank source crystals was quite astonishing in comparison. As soon as the words left that person's mouth, another said, "It's all that girl's fault for killing the young pavilion master of Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Because of that, she provoked Wind and Cloud Pavilion's ire. How can she possibly survive? She will die sooner or later." The first person replied, "That girl is pretty interesting too. Of all the people she could choose to kill, she had to kill the young pavilion master of Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Although the old pavilion master of Wind and Cloud Pavilion has many wives and concubines, he does not have any children to continue the family name. It was not easy for him to get a son. Moreover, he spoiled his son rotten. How could he let bygones be bygones now that his precious son has been killed? If not for that, the reward would never be that generous. Speaking of which, the young pavilion master wasn't anything good either. He abused his status and the love the old pavilion master had for him to oppress both men and women. He was completely lawless. Even though his cultivation wasn't high, he had a strong background supporting him. I don't know how many women he ruined. I heard that the reason he was killed was that he had molested that little girl. The eyes of the burly man surnamed Xiong brightened at those words. Does that mean that the girl is a beauty? The first person burst out laughing. Of course. Think about it. The young pavilion master has played with countless women already, so what kind of woman has he not seen before? He wouldn't be interested in ordinary women. I'll be honest with you. I caught a glimpse of that girl from a distance, and I can say with confidence she is extremely beautiful. It was as if an immortal fairy had descended to the earth. If I could marry a woman like that, I would surely lose my motivation to cultivate. How could a sleazy young master like the young pavilion master keep his hands off her the moment he saw her? It's just that… What? It's just that her strength was equally extraordinary. I'm not sure I could win against her. That's why I just watched the opportunity slip away from me. I love gorgeous women too. The man surnamed Xiong grabbed the wine bottle from the table and took a swig. The wine dripped out of the corner of his mouth, making him look bold and unconstrained as an evil light flashed across his eyes. I want to see just how beautiful this woman is. She is merely a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so if I ever meet her, she won't be able to escape from me. With Senior Xiong taking action, the girl won't be able to escape anymore. One of them flatteringly said. The man surnamed Xiong laughed. Once I capture her, I will have a good time with her before handing her over to Wind and Cloud Pavilion to get the bounty. Good. If you really capture her, Senior Xiong, please let me have some fun with her too. He snickered. Brother, you sure have strange preferences. You want my leftovers. It's just for fun. It's not like I'm marrying her. So what does it matter? Sure, then let's do that. It's just that I don't know if the information is accurate. Is that little girl really going to pass by this place? The information has been confirmed. That girl is bold if nothing else. Despite offending Wind and Cloud Pavilion, she did not conceal her whereabouts and is instead killing her way towards Wind and Cloud Pavilion. It seems like many died at her hands already. Since she is making her way towards Wind and Cloud Pavilion, she will surely pass by Starpoint City. We can just wait here for her to come. Didn't the two of you notice that there are many Emperor Realm Masters in Starpoint City? They are all here for that girl. Humph, they want to steal my prey? With their strength? How arrogant of them. They had better not get in my way or they can't blame me for being merciless. What you said is right, Senior Xiong. How can this pile of trash compare to you? While those people were talking among themselves, the man surnamed Xiong suddenly looked up and glanced in Xianxia's direction. At that moment, Xianxia was tasting the mid-rank sword wine that had been delivered to him by the shop hand. However, he immediately frowned after taking a sip as he discovered that the taste of this sword wine was a little different from the one he had drunk before. It's not the same rank at all. Although the wine contained some sword intent, it was extremely weak. Xianxia could easily refine the sword intent that rushed into his body and his meridians, so it was of no use to him at all. The sword wine Zhu Qing gave me before seems to be a rather high-end product. Holding the wine glass in his hand, he frowned and suddenly felt rather empty inside. All of a sudden, the open bottle of wine on the table was sucked to the side by a powerful force as the man surnamed Xiong laughed loudly and said to Xianxia, Little brat, the sword wine isn't something you can drink. I'll reluctantly help you finish it. You don't need to thank me. The sword wine at his table had been finished a long time ago. Therefore, he indiscriminately snatched Xianxia's bottle away. While speaking, he picked up the wine bottle and gulped down the contents greedily, his emperor chi rippling slightly as if stimulated by the sword intent in the wine. In response, Xianxia's expression immediately darkened. This burly man surnamed Xiong had scorned him several times, and at first, Xianxia had been too lazy to bother with him. But now this man went so far as to snatch away his sword wine from right under his nose. Although Xianxia did not care much for that bottle of mid-rank sword wine, nor planned to finish drinking it, letting it be snatched away by somebody else was a different matter altogether. What great wine! The burly man surnamed Xiong finished drinking the bottle, and the vitality of his body was stimulated by the sword intent, causing his face to become flushed. Wiping at his mouth, he yelled out cheerfully. Similarly, the other two people at the table were watching Xianxia with scornful and jeering looks. Xianxia's expression was frosty as he said, "As the saying goes, all lay loads on the willing horse. Initially, I had no plans to stoop down to your level, but you trash just had to provoke me. It looks like you are begging to die." When the burly man surnamed Xiong heard those words, he was taken aback for a moment before he burst out laughing. "What did you say, boy? I didn't hear you clearly. Why don't you say that again?" He deliberately leaned his ear towards Xianxia while speaking, acting as if he really wanted to hear properly. Xianxia sighed softly. "Some people are simply frogs in a well. The sky above them is only as wide as they can see, but for some reason, they seem to think that they're amazing." The expression of the burly man surnamed Xiong turned cold as he stood up abruptly and snarled. "Little brat, just who did you say is a frog in a well?" The other two people sitting at the same table as that man stood up as well and started to circulate their emperor chi. One of them snorted, "Don't talk nonsense, little brat. This place is not your poor countryside home. It's fine if you get embarrassed from saying the wrong things, but it'll be bad if you lose your life because of that. The ones that will lose their lives are you people." Xianxia lifted his hand slightly to teach these three people a profound and unforgettable lesson. But at that moment an abnormality occurred. A loud noise came from afar, followed by several blood-curdling screams that resounded through the sky. It sounded like a battle was taking place nearby. Emperor Qi filled the air as the world energy and principles were thrown into chaos. In the next instant, a pink figure suddenly shot by overhead. Xianxia was sitting by the window and caught a whiff of a faint fragrance as that figure passed him by. He then spotted a graceful figure with long hair flying in the wind and a fluttering pink robe out of the corner of his eyes, but she was gone in a blink of an eye. Immediately after that, several rays of light rushed by as they gave chase. "Slut! How dare you run away? How dare you show up here in Star Point City? You won't be able to escape this time. Hurry up! Don't let her get away again. The reward is 20 million high-rank source crystals." The commotion lasted for a while as hundreds of people chased after the girl. There were some emperors, but most were just Dao source realms, obviously tagging along to join in on the fun. Meanwhile, Xianxia was frozen in place from shock. His brain had blanked out at that moment as he stared blankly at the figure that had long since disappeared into the distance before he rubbed his eyes vigorously. "It's that little girl!" Exclamations rang out from behind him. "Let's go!" Another person hurriedly leapt out the window. The moment that burly man surnamed Xiong heard those words, he lost all interest in Xianxia and simply shot him a glare before he stomped his big foot and broke through the roof to pursue the girl. The tavern instantly became a huge mess, with the shop hand running over to check on the situation. The scene that greeted him left him close to tears though, but he was unable to cry. On the other hand, Xianxia recovered from his shock and quickly threw some source crystals onto the table before he disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared again, he was already outside the city. A group of people swarmed out from the city, seemingly unbothered by his sudden appearance, their eyes fixed on the beautiful figure fleeing in front of them, energetically chasing after her. To them, that girl was equivalent to 10 or 20 million high-rank source crystals. Xianxia joined the chasing team without saying a word. It was not a particularly eye-catching action, but unlike the other pursuers, he only had one question in his heart. Was I mistaken? Did I see wrongly? The speed the young woman flew past him was too fast. Moreover, his attention had been fixed on the people sitting at the neighboring table. Therefore, he failed to get a proper look at her appearance and only saw something out of the corner of his eyes. That one glance shook his heart to the core, though, as he found the girl oddly familiar. In addition, she was a young woman he had not seen in many years. If he was not mistaken, then the situation was far too coincidental. Therefore, he planned to mix into the crowd to observe the situation carefully before he made a decision since he wasn't too sure about what he saw. It would be awkward if he recognized the wrong person. Besides, that girl was not in a good situation right now. In the worst case, he might be suspected of being her accomplice or something. Outside Starpoint City, the girl fled with unusual speed. She was like a pink streak of lightning shooting across the sky while the group of cultivators behind her chased after her perseveringly. Within a short time, the differences between the strength of the cultivators manifested. The pursuers in the Dao Source realm were all left behind, and only those in the Emperor realm managed to barely keep up with her speed. Not many people were left soon, only about 10 or so of them were left, and most of them were first-order emperors. Nevertheless, that was a force that could not be underestimated, especially for this lone girl. Despite the distance between them, Xianxia could tell that the girl was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and it was precisely because of her current cultivation that he wasn't sure if he was mistaken. After all, he himself was just a first-order Emperor. If she is truly who I think she is, then it should have been impossible for her to reach this realm so quickly. A first-order Emperor had little chance of winning when facing so many pursuers at the same realm. However, Xianxia soon realized that something was amiss. The girl fleeing in front of him didn't seem the slightest bit flustered. Her aura was deep and serene, clearly indicating that she was not using her full strength. Rather, she seemed to be baiting her pursuers. As soon as the thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind, he failed to stifle his laughter and dismissed his suspicions as an excessive worry. They soon left Starpoint City far behind on their cat and mouse chase. Then, the girl who had been fleeing all this while suddenly stopped in her tracks amid the wild plains approximately 5,000 kilometers away from Starpoint City. She stood quietly in the plains, showing a beautiful back to her pursuers. A breeze blew past her and her long hair swayed lightly in the wind. It was a mesmerizing sight to behold. Consequently, the dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters pursuing her came to a stop as well. At this point, they finally noticed that something was wrong. The girl did not seem to be escaping. Rather, she seemed to be leading them into a trap. When that thought occurred to them, they hurriedly checked the surrounding area, lest there be a hidden spirit array or a powerful helper lying in wait. Sweeping their divine sense across their surroundings and finding no hidden traps, spirit arrays, or masters waiting to ambush them, the emperors finally felt a sense of relief wash over them. However, the way the girl stood with her back to them annoyed them greatly. They felt as if they were being looked down upon, and the thought left them feeling very uneasy. A red-faced old man sighed. "Little girl, why did you go and provoke Wind and Cloud Pavilion? You brought this upon yourself. Although I don't condone bullying the weak, the reward is too generous to pass up. It is impossible not to be swayed by such benefits. Heed my advice, you should surrender without a fight. Otherwise, you might get hurt if a fight breaks out. That won't be good for you." His tone was as earnest as could be. However, his eyes were shifting about suspiciously as he spoke. He was clearly up to no good. The rest of the group were silent. But even so, each of them was secretly circulating their Emperor Qi, preparing for a fight at a moment's notice. The old man continued, "Little girl, you don't have a chance of winning. As you know, resistance will only cause you more harm than good. It's not easy for somebody as young as you to reach this realm. Unfortunately, you don't know how to hide your claws. I'm willing to be a peacemaker and accompany you to Wind and Cloud Pavilion to apologize and resolve this grievance. What do you think?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the girl chuckled. "If you weren't trying to covertly use a secret technique on me, I might have actually believed you're not a bad man. It's a pity that your methods are too crude. What my master said was right. The people outside are cunning and dishonest. It really is hateful." After saying that, she suddenly lifted a finger into the air and swiped horizontally. Her actions were accompanied by a soft tearing sound as if something was being cut open. A cloud of brilliance burst out in the air, and in response, that red-faced old man shuddered. His complexion paled greatly, obviously suffering from the backlash of his secret technique being forcefully broken. Therefore, he was both shocked and horrified. He did not expect a petite little girl to be able to break his secret technique with such ease. Gaining a deeper understanding of her strength, he instantly became fearful of her. At the same time, a figure appeared without any warning about 10 meters away from the girl. That person had secretly hidden next to the girl at some point in time. Before this moment, not a single trace of their presence had been revealed, and they took advantage of the moment she broke the secret technique to attack. It was the moment when her guard was at its lowest and his timing could not be more perfect. Enveloped in powerful Emperor Qi, this man raised his hand and threw a large net-like artifact over her. The large net sparkled in a brilliant multicolored glow, and one could tell that it was a high-grade Emperor rank artifact at a glance, one specifically meant for capturing people. The large net opened so widely that it seemed as though it could encase the entire world in it, enclosing the space around the girl firmly and securely. Then, the person who launched the surprise attack laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha! Let's see where you can escape now." The girl's strength was exceptional, but she obviously had little combat experience. When this change occurred, she frowned and tried to retreat. Unexpectedly, the large net followed her closely like maggots on rotting bones, and she couldn't get away from it no matter what she did. Furthermore, the large net was shrinking rapidly to capture her within it. She would not be able to escape if she were to be caught by this Emperor artifact, regardless of how powerful she was. After all, there were many Emperor Realm Masters gathered here, and if they all attacked at once, she would surely be overwhelmed by their numbers. The moment she turned around, though, Xianxia stared at her in a daze. He stared blankly at the somewhat familiar yet unfamiliar face, but could not associate her with the person he knew in any way. Is this her? Or not? He wasn't certain anymore. At that moment, the Emperor Realm Master that threw the net formed a series of hand seals and shouted, "Seal!" In response, the large net shrank abruptly and completely encased the girl inside it. A panicked expression surfaced on her face, and although she wanted to escape, the space surrounding her had been sealed inside the net. Then, a trace of determination flashed through her beautiful eyes. At that moment, a strange force suddenly enveloped her, and by the time the large net fully closed around her, they discovered that she had escaped through some unfathomable means. The owner of the large net was astonished and looked bewildered and incapable of comprehending what had just happened. Master said that if a person hits me once, I should hit them back twice. If you can take 2 hits from me and survive, I will let you go. The girl seemed a little angry after being ambushed just now, and her beautiful face furrowed in rage. Still, a beauty would always be a beauty, and even her angry face was gorgeous. As she spoke, her tender body shifted slightly, and she lunged towards that person with a pair of small fists that were glowing with a bright light. Then, she threw a punch at him from more than 10 meters away. That person was still wondering why his Emperor artifact had failed to capture the girl. However, he immediately became furious when he heard what she said. "Those are some cocky words, little girl. You're far too arrogant. I don't know who your master is, but he must not be that great of a person to raise a disciple like you. 2 hits? Even if it's 100. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong. When the girl threw her punch, the entire world seemed to freeze in that moment. He himself had the illusion that a vast mountain was pressing down on him, and he physically felt a huge weight on his chest, making it hard to even breathe. Moreover, all the blood in his body felt like it had frozen in his veins. Honk! A loud sound rang out, followed by the sound of bones breaking as that Emperor Realm Master flew backwards and smashed into the ground like a meteor. He even coughed up blood mid-air as his complexion became bloodless in an instant. Pa! He crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater, and at the same time, cracks spread out in all directions like the world itself was breaking apart. The sound of many shocked gasps could be heard. Everyone widened their eyes in surprise as they stared at the delicate and weak-looking girl in a daze. None of them had expected such an ordinary-looking punch to carry such power. The visual impact gave them an incredibly unreal feeling, so much so that they couldn't help wondering if they were dreaming. Even Xianxia was dumbfounded. He was fairly certain at this point that this girl was not the person he knew as, although she was a First-Order Emperor, the strength she unleashed was horrifying. Contrarily, the person he knew would not be able to achieve this level of strength. "Take my second fist." The girl flew up above the crater and threw another punch downward as she shouted. This time around, everybody was mentally prepared and stared fixedly at this attack, all of them becoming aware that this was no simple punch. There were no traces of any kind of secret technique being used, but even so, this small fist caused the crater to expand by more than 10 times. The earth trembled from the force of her blow, while the First Order Emperor Realm Master that had crashed into the pit uttered a muffled groan before he stopped moving. Many divine senses swept over, and following that, their expressions were filled with shock. That man was dead. He actually died. He was killed in 2 punches by a delicate-looking little girl. Inside the crater, that man had died a terrible death, to the point where his remains barely even looked human anymore. Who is your master?" the red-faced old man asked in surprise. Even an idiot could tell that something was amiss by now. The girl's strength was too shocking, not something an ordinary person could achieve. The disciple was already so strong, so surely the master would be even more powerful than her. It was very likely that she had some kind of supreme existence backing her. After thinking about it from this perspective, everybody looked at the girl again and seemed to see a giant illusory shadow standing behind her. At that moment, all of them felt rather distressed. They were afraid that they might have provoked an existence that they should not have, and that there was a reason why she dared to kill the young pavilion master of Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Although Wind and Cloud Pavilion was fairly influential, several great forces in the Western Territory could rival it in strength. Not to mention there was still the elusive Shadow Killer Palace standing above them all. "Why do you care about who my master is? You secretly tried to trick me just now. I'm going to hit you twice too." After getting rid of her first opponent, the little girl fixed her gaze on the red-faced old man and raised her small fists. The old man was extremely shocked in response. He might have been strong, but he wouldn't dare to claim he was stronger than the man just now. If that man failed to receive 2 blows from this girl, then he wouldn't be able to survive them either. From an uninvolved party's perspective, the girl's slightly reddened fists looked quite attractive. However, in the old man's eyes, they looked like deadly weapons that were about to slaughter him. Panicking, he shouted, "This girl is strong. We need to attack her together. Little girl, you are beautiful indeed. Let me give you some love." A furious roar rang out as a burly figure lunged towards the girl. Everybody else felt astonished in response to that burly figure's actions and thought to themselves, "Great! People who are not afraid of death really exist." They had learned their lesson after the spectacle from before and were planning to withdraw. Source crystals were attractive, but one needed their life to be able to enjoy them. Even though the possibility of winning against the little girl was very high if all of them worked together to bring her down, they knew that everyone had their own reservations. Hence, it would only give the girl an opportunity to break through their ranks if they really attacked with such a fragile alliance. That would only result in more injuries and casualties on their side. For somebody to rush forward at this time would undoubtedly cause some changes to the situation though. Therefore, everybody turned to watch how things would unfold. Upon seeing the person's appearance and cultivation, however, many were shocked. Xianxia, it's him. This is great. With him taking the lead, we might have a chance of winning. One by one, the Emperor Realm Masters that were about to retreat stood their ground to watch the situation unfold. On the other side, Xianxia appeared in front of the girl, his Emperor Qi surging greatly as his fists that were as large as plates flew out. Every punch he threw could crush mountains and split seas. The air filled with afterimages of his punches at that moment, and thanks to his brawny figure, his attacks covered a wide range, making him look extremely fierce. In the face of this violent storm of fists, the girl pursed her red lips and retaliated blow for blow without saying a word. Following several loud booming sounds, the pair exchanged hundreds of blows in a matter of breaths. All of a sudden, Xianxia pulled back from the fight, his expression filled with shock as both his arms trembled uncontrollably. Everybody was dumbstruck by the sight. Xianxia's fists were covered in blood while on the contrary, the girl was safe and sound. Even though her enemy had retreated, she did not take advantage of the situation to pursue him further and just glared at the other party angrily. How is she this strong? Xianxia lowered his head to look at his fists in disbelief. However, the reality was laid out before his eyes and did not allow any room for doubt. As a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he actually lost to a little girl in a direct exchange of fists. That fact made him feel extremely humiliated, and he roared to activate his secret technique. At that moment, the necklace of skulls hanging around his neck snapped and flew out. Those white skulls danced about in the air and transformed into gigantic skulls with gloomy ghost fires burning in their eye sockets as they slammed towards the girl. The gigantic skulls danced through the air, shooting out a series of freezing cold Yin-Chi blasts from their mouths. The Yin-Chi seemed like it could freeze Emperor Qi and clearly presented a huge threat. In the blink of an eye, the girl was surrounded so tightly that not even a fly could escape, and her figure disappeared behind the wall of skulls. Xianxia coldly snorted. There are always youngsters that don't know their own limits. Today, I will teach you what it means when they say there is always heavens beyond heavens, people beyond people. He continued to control his secret technique, amplifying the power of the flying skulls. All of a sudden, an explosive sound rang out and Xianxia's expression changed drastically, displaying unprecedented shock. Lifting his head to look in the direction of the sound, he saw his skulls flying in all directions after being blown away by some huge force. The girl's figure was revealed again, standing there motionless like a god of war. Damn slut! How dare you destroy my Emperor artifact? His eyes turned scarlet with rage. Those skulls were his biggest trump card, but at this moment, the light in one of the skull sockets had completely dimmed. It was a little out of control and floated about unsteadily, clearly having lost most of its spirituality. He had not expected that an Emperor artifact he summoned would be blown away by a young girl's physical strength alone. Meanwhile, a pair of gloves had appeared on the girl's fists. They were completely pitch black and gave off an extremely ominous aura. Judging by the fluctuations emanating from her fists, this pair of gloves was also an extraordinarily powerful Emperor artifact. It was by relying on the power of these gloves that she managed to blast away the skulls surrounding her. Roaring intensely, Xianxia once again controlled his skulls to slam into the girl while at the same time, he burst out, "Are the rest of you only here to watch the show?" After exchanging blows with this girl, he was no longer confident that he could win against her on his own. Thus, he could only pin his hopes on the others. As long as everyone worked together, this girl would surely be overwhelmed by their numbers no matter how strong she was. The red-faced old man immediately echoed those words. "What are you all waiting for? If you don't act now, when will you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he made his move, summoning an Emperor artifact that looked like a wine gourd with a flip of his wrist. The wine gourd expanded rapidly as the old man aimed its opening in the direction of the girl. The next moment, a violent flame burst from. The moment he made his move, the rest of the Emperor Realm Masters that had been spectating finally couldn't hold themselves back anymore. They hurriedly summoned their respective Emperor artifacts and attacked the girl. Subsequently, various Emperor artifacts and secret techniques flew through the air, making for a chaotic and lively display. The girl was truly quite strong. However, she could barely keep up with the endless stream of attacks from so many emperors all at once. For a moment, she didn't know what to do as she constantly avoided the attacks coming her way. Although she wanted to break through this encirclement, she kept missing her chances, and in the end, she remained trapped in place. It could be seen from this situation that her combat experience was severely lacking. Believing that she was strong enough to face all her pursuers, she had led them to this place. But how could she have known she would cause her own movements to be restrained instead? Even so, she was by no means weak, and each time her fists were thrown out, an explosive force on par with any Emperor artifact attack or secret technique was unleashed. At this point, that pair of tender fists was practically an existence comparable to that of an Emperor artifact. Besides, she remained standing even when facing more than 10 Emperor Realm Masters and their artifacts. That in itself was enough to demonstrate the depths of her strength. Up until today, The only ones that Xianxia knew of who could achieve this level of physical strength was the Dragon Clan. "Hey, friend, why aren't you attacking?" All of a sudden, somebody turned to look at Xianxia curiously. All the other Emperor Realm Masters present had already taken action, either by rushing forward to attack or using their artifacts and secret techniques. Xianxia was the only one who stayed still, making him stand out from the crowd. Xianxia lightly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm about to take action." Saying so, he lifted his hand and palmed towards that man. "You?" That person was shocked, as he never expected Xianxia to attack him without any warning. He had never offended this young man or even met him before today, so what reason did he have for targeting him? Suppressing his suspicions and shock, the man hurriedly circulated his Emperor Qi to protect himself. At the same time, he retreated quickly to create some distance between him and Xianxia. Unfortunately, that was a pointless effort, as he could not get away from the power coming from Xianxia's palm no matter how far he retreated. The Emperor Qi that man used to protect himself was shattered in an instant, causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood while his aura weakened considerably. Xianxia did not relent and pushed his palm down, knocking this man out on the spot. The sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise, but the red-faced old man quickly shouted, "This guy is with that bitch." Xianxia chuckled and said, "Think whatever you want." The reason why he followed along was just to see if that girl was somebody he knew. He was pretty certain by now that he had gotten the wrong person, but even so, he did not wish to stand by and do nothing in this matter. These people were obviously nothing good and needed to be taught a lesson. While shouting, the red-faced old man waved his hand and the huge wine gourd immediately flew back to him. He then aimed the wine gourd at Xianxia, and the surrounding world energy instantly became disordered. Just as the wine gourd was about to spew out flames, the red-faced old man's vision blurred for a moment and a person suddenly appeared less than a hand's length away from his face. "Ah!" The old man exclaimed in shock as his eyes focused, and he realized that the young man he had been targeting was now standing in front of him somehow. "What kind of divine ability is that? I didn't even see him move." Looking flustered, the red-faced old man bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a kind of blood arrow. Simultaneously, a cold smile appeared on his face. He had complete confidence in his attack, but to his shock, the blood arrow missed, as if it was being guided by an invisible force to slip past the side of the young man's face. "How?" the old man exclaimed. With just a hand's length between them, even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would have been hit by his sneak attack, so how did he miss? "Old man, you're quite the crafty one." Xianxia nodded in approval before he lifted his hand and casually patted his opponent's chest. The old man was so scared that his soul nearly left his body in fright. However, he quickly discovered that he was perfectly fine. Just as he was secretly rejoicing over that fact, a powerful force burst out from his chest and his entire body flew out as if he had been struck by lightning. Nobody could tell if he had survived the attack. Meanwhile, his Emperor artifact, the wine gourd, shrank back into its original size with nobody controlling it and fell to the ground. Xianxia easily dispatched 2 Emperor Realm Masters in less than 3 breaths. His horrifying combat ability terrified the others present. They initially thought that the little girl was enough of a monster, but they did not expect another more terrifying individual to pop up out of nowhere. How could anyone still have the confidence to fight after this? Their expressions changed considerably before they scattered in all directions, trying to escape from this place. Only Xianxia was left fighting that girl. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape either, but rather that he couldn't, as no one would cooperate with him to create an opening he could use to escape. "It's so rare for me to play the hero. What would become of my reputation if I let you all escape?" Xianxia shook his head slightly as he stood in place. However, space principles flared from his body as he spoke, turning a 1,000-meter radius around himself into a sealed space. All the Emperor Realm Masters that had rushed to the edge of this cage were blocked by an invisible barrier, all of them falling into confusion as they did. An exclamation of surprise rang out as the little girl, who had been suppressing Xianxia's continuous and fierce attacks, raised her head suddenly and glanced over at Xianxia. She tilted her head to the side with a puzzled expression, seemingly feeling like this person's voice sounded quite familiar. Furthermore, that figure also looked very familiar from behind. Then, a person sprang to mind and she opened her mouth to call out suspiciously, "Uncle Yang." Yang Kai was shocked to hear the way she addressed him. But that thought he had given up upon was suddenly rekindled with hope again. Turning to look at the girl, who was looking at him in surprise, he uttered in equal astonishment, "Yuner! It's me, Uncle Yang. It's Yuner." Lin Yuner shouted excitedly. The excitement that overflowed from her was beyond words. It might be because she was meeting an old acquaintance again in a faraway land. But she was so excited that her eyes misted over with emotion. "It really is you." Yang Kai wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead as he swept his gaze over her. "I almost couldn't recognize you." Although he had confirmation now, Yang Kai still couldn't believe that this girl was really Lin Yuner. Many years had passed after all, and back when he had accepted her into High Heaven sect on Shadowed Star, she had only been a child of around 5 or 6 years. Lin Yuner had left Hung Luo Star Field for the Star Boundary together with Yang Yen even before Yang Kai, and many years had passed since then with him never hearing any news about her at all. In a blink of an eye, the little girl from back then had grown into a fine young woman. If that was all, Yang Kai would not have had so much trouble recognizing her. Even though they say a girl experiences 18 different changes as she becomes a woman, there were still some traces of the past in her face. In fact, there were many similarities between the current Lin Yuner and the little girl from back then. What made Yang Kai doubt himself was her current cultivation. She was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. That wasn't all. She could also fight above her realm with ease. Therefore, cultivators in the same realm as her were nothing to her. If not for that, he would not have had any trouble recognizing her. When Yang Yen took her away with her back then, Lin Yuner had been very young and her cultivation had been very weak. Even if she was brought to the Star Boundary where she would have plenty of opportunities to grow, it shouldn't have been to such an exaggerated extent, right? After all, Yang Kai himself was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master at the moment. Her strength is almost equal to mine. What is going on? Still, no matter how shocked Yang Kai was, the fact that this girl was Lin Yuner was indisputable. The best proof was the way she addressed him as Uncle Yang. That was how the little girl had always called him in High Heaven sect back on Shadowed Star. During their conversation, Yang Kai unconsciously stopped using his space principles to isolate this space, allowing the Emperor Realm Masters that had been trapped by him to regain their freedom. Hence, they quickly used their movement skills to escape and ran away into the distance in the blink of an eye. Turning to glance in their direction, Yang Kai frowned slightly and raised his hand to send out a dozen moon blades. Several shrill screams rang out in the distance as space was torn apart. Some had been hit by those attacks, but more than half of them managed to escape. Meanwhile, Xianxia wanted nothing more than to escape right now. Fighting with Lin Yuner had given him a sense of imminent death as he realized how terrifying the little girl was. Taking advantage of her distraction, he hurriedly recalled his skulls and his figure flickered for a moment as he hid in one of them to escape. At that moment, Lin Yuner snapped back to her senses and after wiping the corners of her eyes quickly, she shouted, "Uncle Yang, I'll be back to talk to you again once I finish dealing with this guy. Do you need any help?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. "Nope." The girl politely refused with a confident expression. As soon as the words rolled off her tongue, she punched at the floating skull Xianxia was hiding in, sending out a raging force that caused the surrounding space to be compressed into a layer of irregular fluctuations. His power was absolutely terrifying. Although Xianxia was fast, he was not as fast as her punch, and with a loud explosive sound, the skull took the blow and nearly fell from the sky. A crack appeared in the bone as a muffled groan came from the inside. Yang Kai's eyes brightened with interest and he secretly thought to himself, she must have received many opportunities since coming to Star Boundary for her to unleash such power even though she is only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. I wonder how Yang Yen dug out her potential to such an extent. Thinking about Yang Yen, Yang Kai's heart swayed again. He had been looking for her whereabouts for several years now, but he had not gotten any leads. He only had a vague guess that she was involved with some great force known as the Star Court. Since he had coincidentally run into Lin Yuner here, he might be able to get some clues about Yang Yan's whereabouts from her. As long as he could locate Yang Yan, he would be able to find a way to return to Hung Luo Star Field and bring his relatives and friends here. The time he had spent in the star boundary was not short, and during that time he had built a foundation here for himself. The expansive High Heaven Palace was enough for those on Shadowed Star to obtain a better environment and resources for cultivation. Little girl, you should show some restraint. We might run into each other again in the future, so it's best if you do not forge unresolvable enmities. Why do you have to be so aggressive? Xiong Kai-shan's flustered voice called out. During that brief period where Yang Kai's thoughts had wandered all over the place, Xiong Kai-shan had been badly beaten up by Lin Yuner. The gigantic skull he was hiding in had countless cracks in it. Moreover, the ghost fire in its eye sockets had gone dim, looking like it was on the brink of being extinguished. Understanding his enemy's strength, he knew that he was no match for her and thus wanted to bury the hatchet and make amends. It was a pity that Lin Yuner did not act as he hoped. It was a mystery where she had cultivated all these years, and her mentality remained relatively simple and naive, but she had a stubbornness in her that was not to be underestimated. She completely turned a deaf ear to whatever Xiong Kai-shan said and continued to punch the skull continuously. After dozens of punches, the skull exploded into dust with a loud bang, forcing Xiong Kai-shan out in a pathetic state, blood trickling out from a corner of his mouth. It was apparent that he had suffered serious injuries. Meanwhile, Yang Kai felt cold sweat pouring profusely down his face as he watched the entire scene. Lin Yuner had destroyed an emperor artifact with brute strength alone, an extraordinary feat. Right now, this monstrous young woman was completely different from the little girl in his memories that never grew up. Now that the skull had been destroyed, Xiong Kai-shan's shame turned into rage, which fed his courage as he gritted his teeth and snarled, "If you won't let me off, then you won't get off easy either." Gesturing with both hands, the remaining intact skulls suddenly began to dance in the air. Then, they burst into flame all at once and exuded a freezing aura that shot towards Lin Yuner in unison. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he could vaguely sense that these flames were difficult to deal with. The consequences would be terrible if one were to touch such flames carelessly. Just as he was about to call out a warning to Lin Yuner, he saw that she was neither surprised nor afraid as she charged forward without avoiding the flames. Subsequently, her body was enveloped in the gloomy flames and she disappeared. Ha 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 ha! Xiong Kai-shan laughed loudly. What a foolish girl! Did you think my dark ghost fire could be dealt with so easily? Let's see how you diga. His laughter ended abruptly as he widened his eyes in shock, looking as if an invisible hand was strangling him. His eyes were filled with both amazement and terror. A graceful figure confidently walked out of the so-called dark ghost fire, the cold flames coiling around her body rapidly, but unable to harm her at all. At this moment, her entire body was exuding a dazzling light. That light seemed to have a strange power that was preventing the dark ghost fire from harming her, allowing her to remain safe. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes in astonishment as he could tell that the light was not the effect of a defensive emperor artifact. Rather, it came from some unknown secret technique that she was using, but what kind of secret technique had such powerful defensive abilities? Master said that I must kill anyone that tries to kill me, she said lightly with a serious expression. It was as if the words of her master were the only truth she had to follow. After making this declaration, she shot forward towards Xiong Kai-shan. In response, Xiong Kai-shan gasped. His strongest divine ability had been defeated so easily, so how could he still have the confidence to fight? Seeing the girl rushing toward him so fiercely, he bit the tip of his tongue, burned his blood essence, and turned tail to flee. He only managed to take several steps before he suddenly noticed that the space around him had become extremely viscous, however, making it difficult for him to even lift his foot off the ground. You? He turned to look at Yang Kai with an expression of grief and rage, glaring at him as he shed tears of blood. He was certain that Yang Kai had done something to cut off his only hope of escape. Have a safe journey. Yang Kai smiled and waved at Xiong Kai-shan like an old friend saying goodbye. All Xianxia could feel was the vitality in his chest lurching uncomfortably before he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. In the next moment, Lin Yuner slammed into his back and delivered 2 blows with her fist. Blood spread across the sky like a rose in full bloom while flesh and blood rained down on the ground. However, the girl remained clean and unsullied like a white lotus growing out of the mud. Immediately afterwards, she withdrew her aura while the gloves on her hand simultaneously vanished without a trace. Then, she threw herself into Yang Kai's arms at lightning speed and sweetly called out, "Uncle Yang!" The change was too sudden, catching Yang Kai off guard. Thus, he staggered backwards slightly before he could stabilize himself. The scent of a young woman's body lingered in his nose as her hair exuded an intoxicating fragrance. Moreover, the fullness and amazing elasticity of her chest which pressed against his instantly made him feel embarrassed. Meanwhile, Lin Yuner buried her head in his chest and took several deep sniffs before lifting her head. An intoxicated expression on her face as she squinted and murmured to herself, "This is the familiar scent that I even smelt in my dreams." Looking at the girl's sincere expression and listening to her heartfelt voice, Yang Kai felt a warmth spreading in his heart as he lifted his hand and patted her head with a smile. "Yuner has grown up." She laughed softly, revealing a set of pure white teeth. Subsequently, she pulled away from him slightly, looked him up and down, and nodded repeatedly. "Uncle Yang, you haven't changed much. I hope everyone else hasn't changed like you, or else I might not be able to recognize them anymore." After saying that, she hugged him again as if she never wanted to let him go again. "This isn't the place to talk. We can chat while we walk," he suggested. "Just a little longer." She remained motionless, acting as if she was trying to burn this familiar scent and touch deep into her memory. She didn't want to move and he didn't want to force her. Thus, Yang Kai could only stand there motionlessly. A moment later, though, he frowned as he could feel a wet and warm sensation around his chest. Looking down, he saw the girl's eyelashes trembling slightly, and the corners of her eyes were wet. "What is there to cry about?" Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter. "I missed you." Lin Yuner's voice was full of grievances. "I miss Aunt Yang Yen, Aunt Huang, Aunt Yi, and you. I miss all of you. But I couldn't meet you all. I didn't even know where you all were, and I couldn't find any of you." Yang Kai felt a bit emotional when he heard the grief in her voice. Although Lin Yuner now wielded astonishing power, she was still very young, so it was normal for her to be sentimental and emotional. Besides, she had been taken away when she was even younger. So now that she finally met somebody from her homeland, all the repressed emotions in her heart immediately poured out without stopping. Yang Kai lifted his hand to pat her back, enjoying this rare moment of warmth with her. "Gulyalu." A strange noise broke through the silence, and Yang Kai was startled for a moment before he realized what that sound was, and he laughed out loud. On the other hand, Lin Yuner lowered her head, blushing from her neck all the way up to her cheeks and ears. "Hungry?" Yang Kai asked, lowering his head to look at her. She nodded almost imperceptibly. Logically speaking, it shouldn't matter even if she did not eat for years since she was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Once one reached such a cultivation, they neither needed to eat nor drink, as absorbing world energy would be enough to sustain their body. How could Lin Yuner possibly be hungry then? When an Emperor Realm Master ate, it was more about satisfying cravings rather than for cultivation purposes. Therefore, it had been a long time since Yang Kai experienced what it felt like to be hungry. Without asking too much, he sent his divine sense into the sealed world bead and searched. Although he had no delicious food on hand, he had many other things like spirit fruits. There were all sorts of strange and exotic plants in his medicine garden, so finding some fruits was a simple matter. Furthermore, these fruits were not ordinary spirit fruits. They were all extremely high-grade items. With a flip of his hand, 3 red fruits about the size of a baby's fist appeared in his hand. "Do you want this?" "You're the best, Uncle Yang." The girl's spirits lifted and she instantly forgot about her shame. She quickly took the fruits from him and bit into them, narrowing her eyes in satisfaction. She seemed to eat slowly. However, she was done almost immediately. It just seemed slower because she did not lose her elegance. She still had tears in the corners of her eyes, but she also had a smile on her face, the combination making her look rather heartless. "Let's go," Yang Kai proposed. "Wait a moment." After saying that, Lin Yuner flickered and disappeared not too far away. A heavily injured Emperor Realm Master was lying on the ground over there, one of the people that had been injured by Yang Kai's attack early. Yang Kai was curious as to what this little girl wanted to do, but a moment later, he saw her eating the spirit fruit while throwing a punch at that person. That punch of hers blasted that half-dead person until not even his bones were left, causing Yang Kai's brow to twitch slightly. Afterwards, Lin Yuner turned around, went up to another disabled Emperor Realm Master, and repeated the same process, showing no hesitation nor doubt during the entire process. It was as if she was not killing two Emperor Realm Masters but two insignificant insects. On one hand, she is innocent and naive. On the other, she kills without batting an eye. The more Yang Kai saw, the more he realized that he no longer understood this little girl. Master said that when it comes to problems, one must cut weeds and pull out roots or else they will return again one day, Lin Yuner explained. Yang Kai felt cold sweat dripping down his back in response. I wonder who this master of hers is. I can't believe they are so cold and cruel. Just who did Yang Yen entrust Lin Yuner to when she first brought her to the star boundary? Meanwhile, Lin Yuner took the initiative to hold Yang Kai's hand and flew off in a certain direction, chattering away happily the entire time. Along their journey, he mostly listened to what she said. He wanted to ask about her situation over the years, but couldn't bring himself to interrupt her cheerfulness. Soon, he noticed something strange. She was a glutton. The 3 spirit fruits he gave her were Emperor grade, and even if an Emperor Realm Master ate them, it would take them some time to finish digesting the energy completely. However, those 3 fruits were no different from a mere snack to this girl. After eating the spirit fruits, she proceeded to take out big pieces of dried meat from her space ring. These pieces of meat looked like they were cooked from high-order monster beast meat and contained explosive power in them. Is it okay for you to eat that much? Yang Kai couldn't help asking, to which Lin Yuner answered matter-of-factly. Master said that one can only cultivate or fight when their stomach is full. What kind of logic is that? Yang Kai was becoming more and more curious as to who her master was. One day later, the two of them arrived in another city. This city was no worse than Star Point City, with lots of people jostling against each other like a school of fish. In view of Lin Yuner's behavior along the way, Yang Kai brought her to one of the largest restaurants, arranged for a private room, called the Shop Handover, and ordered a table full of sumptuous dishes. These delicacies were not ordinary food, each one cooked with spirit herbs and monster beast meat. Even if a master ate this food, it would be of great benefit to their cultivation. Lin Yuner's eyes sparkled at the sight of the food, and she wolfed down everything in a flash, making short work of the dishes like a gust of wind. The eyes of the shop hand serving the dishes nearly popped out in surprise at the sight, as it was hard to imagine that such a stunning beauty could actually eat so much. When she finally had her fill, Yang Kai asked, Yuner, where's your Aunt Yang Yen? Lin Yuner leaned back against the chair, rubbing her belly with one hand. After eating so much food though, her stomach remained flat as usual, with no signs of bloating whatsoever. At first, her expression was comfortable and contented. However, she pouted upon hearing his question and answered aggrievedly, I don't know. You don't know. Yang Kai was surprised. Didn't she take you away with her back then? Nodding, Lin Yuner continued. And she brought me here and entrusted me to master. After that, I never saw her again, and she never came to see me either. The little girl looked like she was about to cry. Her deep-seated sorrow was very apparent. While speaking, she grabbed a drumstick from the table and gnawed on it as if to turn her grief and anger into appetite. Yang Kai wiped at the cold sweat on his forehead and continued to ask, What about your master? Who is your master? Without even lifting her head, she answered, Master is master. He said, He must have a name, right? Lin Yuner tilted her head and stared at him blankly. But after a while, she gave a silly chuckle and said, I don't know. I have always called Master Master, it's over. This little girl isn't just V. She is also an airhead. Yongkai couldn't help worrying about her future. How could she hold her own in star boundary with this kind of personality? No wonder she provoked that wind and cloud pavilion and was chased by them all over. It was a wonder how she managed to grow up safely over all these years. But then again, since Yang Yan entrusted Lin Yuner to whoever her master was, that person must be extremely reliable. Besides, it could be seen from Lin Yuner's current growth that her master was an extremely powerful cultivator who could shake the world by stomping his foot. It was a pity that she knew nothing about her master's identity, making it impossible for Yongkai to obtain any clues from her even if he wanted to inquire about it. He recalled that Lin Yuner's physique was rather special. Back then, Yang Yan mentioned that Lin Yuner had a special constitution called the Tyrant Strength Body. The reason she had taken Lin Yuner away was that she supposedly had a friend whose secret art and techniques were extremely suitable for Lin Yuner to learn. Now, it seemed that Yang Yan's decision was right. Although the little girl had been separated from her relatives for many years, the growth she experienced was considerable indeed. If she had stayed on Shadowed Star back then, she would never have the achievements she had at this moment. "Can you bring me to your master?" Yongkai asked in a deep voice. "Why do you want to look for master?" Lin Yuner asked curiously, not even pausing her hands as he continued to eat, staring at him with widened eyes. "I want to ask your master about your Aunt Yang Yan's whereabouts." "Oh," she nodded lightly and continued. "If that's the case, there's no need to do so." "Why?" he asked frowningly. "Because master won't tell me anything. I've asked him countless times over the years, but he always refused to answer." Yongkai replied smiling. "He might have his reasons for not telling you, however, it might be different if I ask him myself. That's why I hope you can bring me to meet your master." Lin Yuner's expression suddenly became a little unnatural as she laughed dryly and her eyes shifted about. She even seemed a little absent-minded while eating. "Hence," Yongkai asked curiously, "is it inconvenient for you?" She hurriedly waved her hands dismissively. No, it's not inconvenient." All of a sudden, she looked downcast and answered seriously, "Uncle Yang, I actually ran away." Yongkai was shocked and asked, "Why did you run away? Where did you run away from? Did somebody restrict your freedom?" She lowered her head. "Nobody is restricting my freedom. The one I escaped from was master." Yongkai was astonished beyond words. "Are you sure your master is treating you well? Why did he restrict your freedom?" "That's not it," she hurriedly denied. "Master treats me very well. He said that I am his successor, so he gives me the best of everything. He also gives me delicious food every day." Yongkai was now genuinely confused. "If he treats you so well, why did you run away?" She squirmed. "I just wanted to come outside to have a look. I've always stayed in one place and have never gone out. Also, I miss Aunt Yang Yan. I wanted to come out and look for her." After listening to her explanation, Yongkai failed to stifle his laughter. At the same time, he felt relieved. He had no idea who her master was, but going by what she said, it seemed that that person truly treated her well. Lin Yuner laughed softly and continued, "It's lucky I ran out though. Otherwise I wouldn't have met you, Uncle Yang. And good. But first, let's discuss something. And, as you can see, I'm not that old, so stop calling me uncle." Tilting her head to the side, she considered it before smiling heartlessly. "But, you are Yuner's Uncle Yang." "Ha, fine." Yongkai shook his head helplessly. Then, he frowned abruptly and became pensive. "Your master must be very powerful, right?" To which Lin Yuner excitedly replied, "Of course. Master is the strongest. There is nothing he cannot do in this world." Yongkai then asked, "If he is so powerful, how did you escape from him?" "I ran away while he wasn't paying attention. What's so difficult about that?" The confidence in her reply rendered Yongkai speechless. But just as he was about to ask something else, his expression changed drastically and he shouted, "Yuner, stop eating that. It's poisoned." He suddenly noticed that she had an unusual color to her complexion, which was a telltale sign of poisoning. A poison that can even affect a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. It must be extremely potent. Yang Kai blamed himself greatly for making this kind of mistake. Although he had casually checked the food when it was brought in, he did not notice anything abnormal about it. He did not expect the poison to be so well concealed that it completely deceived his perception. Oh, it's poisoned? No wonder it tasted funny. Saying so, Lin Yuner belched and then stared at the food in her hand, before she continued biting into it. Yang Kai was utterly dumbfounded. She had been poisoned. Moreover, she knew it. So why wasn't she taking this seriously? Was there really something wrong with her head? Just as Yang Kai was about to snatch away the food in Lin Yuner's hands, he noticed a strange phenomenon. The surface of her body had started to emit a viridian mist, and that mist contained a very powerful toxic substance. She can even do that. Yang Kai nearly bit his own tongue in surprise. Lin Yuner was clearly forcing out the toxic mist herself. In other words, the poison in the food had no effect on her. She obviously knew that too, which was why she recklessly continued to eat. Is the tyrant's strength body that strong? Or is it the inheritance she received from her master that is so amazing? Yang Kai couldn't figure out anything about this situation. Even so, he felt relieved and said, "Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back." As soon as those words left his mouth, his figure flickered and disappeared. The next moment, he arrived at a place similar to a kitchen. It was very hot and there were many people dressed as cooks, preparing various dishes in this place. Looking around, Yang Kai's gaze immediately landed on a certain person. That person's cultivation was not low, a First-Order Emperor Realm Master like Yang Kai. Moreover, he was fully wrapped in a black robe that concealed his face, and he exuded an extremely dangerous aura. That person was surprised to see Yang Kai appearing all of a sudden. Lifting his hand, a multicolored venomous snake struck out at Yang Kai without warning. The snake was fierce, opening its mouth wide to reveal fangs that glimmered with a strange light as it lunged. "You court death." Yang Kai swung his hand to release a moon blade which cut the body of the venomous snake in half. The snake dropped to the ground as a result. Nevertheless, the black-robed person wasn't flustered. Forming a set of hand seals, the two halves of the snake's body suddenly exploded and transformed into a cloud of blood-red poisonous mist filling the surrounding areas. Taking this opportunity, he retreated backwards and smashed through the wall to escape. A loud explosion sounded, and the kitchen wall collapsed. By the time the dust settled, the man was already several thousands of meters away. "Did you think you had escaped?" Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded. The black-robed man was shocked to hear this voice, and upon looking up, he discovered that Yang Kai had appeared in his path and blocked his way without him noticing. In response, his black robe fluttered and poisonous animals of every kind subsequently rushed forward to attack, including snakes, frogs, and spiders among them. Each and every one of them was brightly colored, and it only took one glance to tell that they were all highly venomous. Furthermore, there were many of them, several hundred, which instantly attacked Yang Kai all at once. "Exile!" Yang Kai shouted as he stretched out his hand in front of himself, causing space to warp and tear apart. Subsequently, all the poisonous animals were sucked into the collapsed space and exiled into the endless void, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "A space technique!" the black-robed man exclaimed. At first, he wanted to exchange a few blows with Yang Kai. However, he immediately dispelled his original idea upon seeing the power of Yang Kai's divine ability. Pushing his emperor chi, with a flick of his robe, the man's entire body suddenly became indiscernible, as if he had melted into the surrounding air around him. It was obviously a profound escape method. When used, it made it hard for others to grasp his movements, and the slightest bit of carelessness from them would allow him to escape without a trace. "Why run? You should stay." Yang Kai coldly snorted as space principles surged, enveloping the surrounding space. The man's faded figure appeared again as a squeezing force from the surrounding space broke his secret technique in an instant and forced him to reveal himself. At that moment, the black-robed man panicked. He had long heard that masters proficient in the Tao of space were not to be trifled with. However, he had not expected his opponent to be so strong. Although both their cultivations were in the First Order Emperor realm, Xianxia seemed so much stronger that it was difficult to believe their realms were the same. Thus, the black-robed man no longer had the confidence to fight against Xianxia. Forcibly pushing his own power, he tried to escape the constraints of the space principles. But before he had a chance to succeed, a large hand reached out from the front and grabbed him by the neck. Then, a surge of power flooded into his meridians, scattering his strength. The black-robed man immediately lost all strength to resist and as a result was lifted up like a helpless chicken, unable to move a single muscle. Xianxia snorted and a burst of energy tore apart the headpiece covering the black-robed man's head. Consequently, a scarred and pitted face that looked like it had been burned by boiling water was revealed. It was a horrifying and sickening appearance that made one shudder at the sight. The struggle between the two might have been short, but it still created a commotion, attracting the attention of many local residents the moment their powers clashed. As soon as the black-robed man's true appearance was revealed, bursts of exclamations rang out from the crowd. Poison Lord Buhong! Why is he here? Damn! How could Wind and Cloud Pavilion let that monster out? Hurry up and run. This place is dangerous. We can't stay here. Death and destruction always follow the Poison Lord's appearance. Why are you running? Don't you see that Buhong has been restrained? TSK. TSK. Just who is that young man? I can't believe how amazing he is. Are you blind? How could the Poison Lord be captured so easily? That little brat is done for. No way. I have to leave quickly. If I don't leave now, I might never get the chance to leave this place again. The crowd became quite noisy and many people rushed out of the city desperately, as if that black-robed man was a scourge and they would lose their lives if they fled even a little slower. It looks like you're pretty famous, Xianxia pointed out, looking ahead coldly. Buhong smiled deviously. Little brat, you're dead. My body is full of poisons. If you had not approached me, I might not have been a match for you, but you just had to recklessly try and capture me without fear of death. While Buhong was talking, a viridian aura flowed into Xianxia's hand and spread along his arm like a green snake climbing upward. It moved very swiftly and disappeared into the sleeves of his clothes in the blink of an eye. Xianxia looked down and absent-mindedly said, "With this rubbish of a poison of yours?" Buhong was clearly affronted, but just as he was about to retort with vicious words, he widened his eyes in astonishment as he stared at Xianxia's arm incredulously. Then, Xianxia pulled up his sleeves as the green aura became stuck at his elbow, unable to advance any further. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Buhong's forehead as he uttered in shock, "How is that possible? How did you resist my poison?" Xianxia replied indifferently, "As long as one's body is strong enough, it can protect itself against any kind of poison." Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Buhong's eyes trembled violently, as if he had received a terrible shock. Even a third-order emperor should be unable to resist his poisons. How could a mere first-order emperor realm brat remain safe in front of him? Even though Xianxia had been poisoned, the poison was being blocked below his elbow. Couldn't spread to the rest of his body. Therefore, Buhong simply couldn't accept it. Just how strong does one's body have to be to resist his poison? Now that his biggest trump card had failed to produce results, he finally panicked for real. He could feel Xianxia's murderous intent and the increasing strength gripping around his neck and hurriedly said, "You might have a way to detoxify my poison, but what about the little girl? If you want her to live, you have to obediently release me. Perhaps she might still have a chance of survival then." Xianxia snorted in response, "You don't need to worry about her. Have a safe journey to the afterlife." As soon as the words left his mouth, he pushed Emperor Qi into his hand. With a soft snap, Buhong's neck was squeezed so hard that it exploded and his head flew up into the air. Buhong's eyes were as wide as saucers as he retained a shocked expression on his face, as if he had yet to realize what was going on. Up until the moment of his death, He still could not understand why this young man was so unconcerned about the life and death of that little girl. As the mutilated body fell from the air, Yang Kai reached out his hand and took Bu Hong's space ring. When the crowd of onlookers saw what happened and were so shocked by the situation that they were rendered completely speechless. Poison Lord Bu Hong was dead. Poison Lord Bu Hong, who caused disasters in the Western Territory for centuries and had left more than a dozen cities in ruins in his wake, had been killed so effortlessly. Moreover, he had died so miserably, crushed to death by a young man with one hand. After a long period of silence, cheers suddenly rang out from the crowd below. Eyes filled with admiration and gratitude looked up at Yang Kai as if he had done something to be applauded. Certainly was a good thing, though. Poison Lord Bu Hong had used many cultivators in the Western Territory as his experimental subjects when concocting his poisons. On many occasions, he poisoned entire cities just to test out the effects of his new poison and concealed himself in the city to observe the results. Numerous cities had been wiped out by him and countless people had lost their lives. As such, the people in the Western Territory hated the very mention of the Poison Lord. Although Bu Hong's cultivation wasn't high, the poisons he cultivated were unpredictable and difficult to deal with. Many second-order Emperor Realm Masters had died at his hands. Later, third-order Emperor Realm Masters had tried to hunt him down, but unfortunately, Bu Hong had taken shelter inside Wind and Cloud Pavilion. It had been a long time since he last showed up in public, and he certainly never expected to meet his death just like that. Ignoring the cheers coming from below, Yang Kai silently circulated his secret art to force out the poison in his arm. Bu Hong's poison really was quite amazing, and if it were Yang Kai from a few years ago, he probably would have succumbed to it as well. However, ever since he started cultivating the Dragon Transformation secret art, drawing out the Golden Divine Dragon's source strength, a trace of the Dragon Clan's bloodline had been added to his physique, dramatically increasing his body's resistance to poison. The true members of the Dragon Clan had an incredible resistance towards all forms of negative conditions. A master of the Dragon Clan was even more invincible and impervious to all sorts of poisons. Although Yang Kai could not compare to the true members of the Dragon Clan, it was sufficient to resist Bu Hong's poison. A short while later, a drop of viridian poison was forced out of Yang Kai's fingertip. The poison might be small in amount, but it contained enough power to destroy an entire city. Pushing his space principles, Yang Kai exiled the poison to the void. Shifting his body slightly, he returned to the private room and saw a mess on the table. All the food had been polished off cleanly. Meanwhile, Lin Yuner spread her palms open and was carefully licking her fingers clean, one by one. Yang Kai sweated profusely. It must not have been easy to be this girl's master. Just how much would it cost to keep this bottomless glutton fed? "Are you back, Uncle Yang?" She looked up at him and smiled so widely that her eyes squinted. "Ah-en," he nodded. Then, he pensively asked, "Were you planning to head towards Wind and Cloud Pavilion?" "That's right." Upon hearing his question, her pretty face sank and her expression turned frosty. "The people of Wind and Cloud Pavilion are too much. From what I heard from their young pavilion master, it seems that he has imprisoned many innocent women and girls in his home. I want to rescue them." After saying that, her expression changed drastically, and she slammed her palms down on the table and stood up. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked in astonishment. "I don't know where the Wind and Cloud Pavilion is." She looked at him with an aggrieved yet innocent expression. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched in response. Then, "How did you find your way before?" She laughed in embarrassment. "I was just moving about randomly." Yang Kai suddenly felt a headache coming on, but somehow pushed it aside and muttered, "Forget it. I'll go with you." There was nothing urgent that Yang Kai needed to do at the moment. He originally wanted to search for Zhu Qing and her brother, but it seemed as though the two of them had left this place a long time ago, so it was meaningless to continue chasing after them. Besides, he could meet them again when he returned to the Northern Territory. On the other hand, it was not easy for him to meet Lin Yuner, so she naturally became the priority. The little girl might be powerful, but there would always be people in this world that she could not afford to provoke. With her innocent and naive personality, he did not know what trouble she might get herself into. Therefore, it was better for him to just go along with her. When Lin Yuner heard those words, her eyes lit up. "Uncle Yang, you're the best." She rushed over and hugged his arm, squeezing herself up against him. Feeling an amazing softness pressing against his arm, Yang Kai earnestly said, "Yuner, you're all grown up. You are a big girl now." She nodded repeatedly. N. He continued, "Since you are a big girl now, there are some things that you can't continue doing like before." N. He opened his mouth again but swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue before sighing to himself. This little girl had been sheltered too much, never having been outside in all these years, so she had no clue about the differences between men and women nor how to act appropriately. She was too pure, so why should he be the one who leaves a black mark on her with worldly ideas? Giving up on educating her, Yang Kai was about to say something else when he frowned slightly and scanned his surroundings warily, releasing his divine sense out like a rushing tide. "What happened?" Lin Yuner asked anxiously, noting his strange behavior. "Did you just feel something?" Yang Kai quickly asked. "I did." She nodded immediately. "You felt it too?" He was looking around, straining his sense to the maximum. For some reason, he had felt a sudden trace of hostility directed at him for a moment. However, there was no trace of it now, so it made him wonder whether it had simply been an illusion. I feel very comfortable." Yang Kai was speechless while Lin Yuner giggled in response, hugging his arm even tighter without any care. Afterwards, the two of them left the restaurant and asked around for directions to Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Then, Yang Kai immediately summoned his Flowing Clouds shuttle and led Lin Yuner aboard before it took off like a stream of light into the distance. The two of them had just left the restaurant when a strange figure appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. He appeared out of thin air, as if he had been standing there all this while. It was strange, but the people passing by seemed to be completely unaware of his presence. That person was brawny with a dignified air about him. He was wearing a soap-colored robe and had a thick stubble on his chin. All in all, it gave him a bold and unconstrained look. He was staring in the direction in which the Flowing Clouds shuttle was leaving with a distressed expression. The bulging veins on his forehead twitched wildly, causing his entire facial expression to look fierce and hideous. A long while later, he flinched slightly, placed one hand over his chest, and sighed heavily. After that sigh, he suddenly disappeared again. That movement startled the people nearby as they rubbed at their eyes and wondered if they had seen it wrongly. Wind and Cloud Pavilion was considered one of the top sects in the Western Territory. Its status was equivalent to that of Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Moreover, the old pavilion master Huaxing was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. He was the anchor of Wind and Cloud Pavilion, as well as an influential figure across the entire Western Territory. It was a large and prosperous sect with an inheritance passed down for more than 10,000 years. No matter where its disciples went in the Western Territory, everyone had to show them some level of respect. Therefore, the disciples of Wind and Cloud Pavilion were all quite proud of their background. Even so, someone actually dared to humiliate such a powerful sect. 1 month ago, the young pavilion master was killed in a city 300,000 kilometers away from Wind and Cloud Pavilion's headquarters when he went out to play. As soon as news of his death came back, the entire Wind and Cloud Pavilion was shocked to its core, with the old pavilion master even coughing up blood on the spot and fainting from rage. It wasn't that the old pavilion master's mental cultivation was weak. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master after all. He had seen many great storms and survived them all. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even frown if the sky came crashing down. Unfortunately, this was not something he could bear. Old Pavilion Master Huaxing had focused on cultivating the martial Dao when he was younger, putting all his efforts into strengthening himself as he traveled across the entire star boundary. During that period, he experienced many difficulties and challenges, survived countless life and death situations, and spent 2,000 years to finally become a third-order Emperor Realm Master. One day, though, he realized that his cultivation had reached a plateau he could no longer rise above. Thus, he returned to the Western Territory and inherited the position of Pavilion Master of Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Since his own martial Dao journey had come to an end, he stopped thinking about it and began to pin his hopes on the next generation, hoping that he could produce a child that had greater aptitude than himself. A child that could aspire to become an existence akin to a great emperor one day. He knew better than anyone else that although a third-order emperor realm master seemed to be a ruler amongst men, it was no different from an ant in front of a great emperor. If any great emperors wanted to, they could destroy the long-standing legacy of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion with ease. After returning to Wind and Cloud Pavilion, Huaxing had developed the sect while taking in many wives and concubines. In the short span of 10 years, he had 1,000 great beauties in his harem. As if the heavens were mocking him though, Huaxing was struck with a terrible shortcoming. The higher one's cultivation was, the lower the probability of siring a child, and Huaxing had practiced abstinence and stayed away from women for all his life, thinking them a distraction from his journey on the martial Dao. It wasn't until he became a third-order emperor that he started to sow his seeds in an effort to sire a child. Unfortunately, none of the seeds he sowed showed any signs of germinating. It wasn't until 30 years later that a concubine gave birth to a baby boy. It was as if Huaxing had received the most precious treasure, and therefore, he painstakingly began to nurture his son's cultivation. In the beginning, he had hoped that his son could grow up to become his hope. However, he soon discovered that his son's aptitude was far worse than his own. Despite being backed by the entire Wind and Cloud Pavilion and personally taught by Huaxing, the child's journey in cultivation was full of challenges. With such poor aptitude, it would be a miracle for his child to even reach the emperor realm, much less aspire to become a great emperor. Upon realizing this, Huaxing immediately changed his plans. He decided not to place his hope on that child and instead focus on the following generation. He waited until his son came of age. Then he immediately brought in many beautiful wives and concubines for him, while also greatly encouraging him to fool around outside. The young pavilion master was not suitable for cultivation in the first place. Moreover, the heavy pressure the old pavilion master had placed on him as a child made him instinctively reject cultivation. Combining that with his lack of aptitude, his cultivation was entirely built on a shaky foundation of treasures and external aids. On top of that, he no longer feared anything after receiving the old pavilion master's permission and even encouragement to do as he pleased. The young pavilion master generally spent most of his time fooling around with women, but as he gradually grew sick and tired of his wives and concubines, he decided to go out and have fun with those who weren't so submissive to him. The old pavilion master did not object to this at all, even sending a second-order emperor realm master along as a bodyguard for his son. Unexpectedly, the young pavilion master had gotten into trouble the very first time he went outside. If trouble was all that it amounted to, it wouldn't have mattered. In any case, the old pavilion master didn't love his son at all. So as long as his son had left behind an heir, it wouldn't even have mattered if his son had died. However, the key point was that his son had not left a single descendant behind. That was tantamount to ending the entire lineage of the Hua family. That was something Huaxing could never accept. On the one hand, he scolded his unfilial son for being blind despite having eyes and offending somebody who should never have been provoked. On the other hand, he deeply resented the person who killed the young pavilion master and swore to rip their corpse into 10,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Hence, Huaxing immediately issued a bounty of 20 million source crystals for the culprit's head, an amount tempting enough for many masters to join in the hunt. Unfortunately, the news that came from the outside frightened Huaxing greatly. The young woman that had killed his son turned out to be ridiculously powerful. Recently, many masters eyeing the reward had died at her hands. Moreover, judging by the direction the news came from, it seemed that the woman was actually heading towards Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Huaxing was furious. If that woman really killed her way to Wind and Cloud Pavilion, his sect would lose all face. For that reason, he raised the reward to attract more helping hands while dispatching all the masters of the sect out to kill her. Nevertheless, the results so far had not been satisfactory. Not only were the masters attracted by the reward unsuccessful, even Wind and Cloud Pavilion lost several Emperor Realm masters in quick succession. Moreover, The latest news reported that the woman had picked up a companion from somewhere, and the two of them were traveling together, leaving a path of destruction in their wake, seemingly completely unstoppable. Inside the rear palace of Wind and Cloud Pavilion, a pink aura seeped across a large hall. Numerous beautiful and captivating bodies were spread across the palace, their gazes dazed as they panted breathlessly. The soft moans that rang out constantly made anyone listening blush furiously and caused their throats to go dry. The old pavilion master was not young, but he was still going strong. At this moment, he was sweating profusely as he sowed his seed in one of his concubines. Every time he thrust forward, he made the woman pressed under him scream. However, it was not clear whether those screams were of pleasure or pain. Several other naked beauties were tangled like snakes next to him, leaking soft moans from their lips as they constantly begged for more. The entire rear palace, drowned in passion, was a complete mess, the air thick with the scent of lovemaking. Only the heavens knew how much time went by before all the women were lying on the ground and gasping feebly, while Hua Xing let out a deep roar and released his seed. Dong dong dong. All of a sudden, a knock sounded from the outside and Hua Xing swept his gaze over his surroundings without the slightest pity in his expression before letting out a soft snort. Then, he headed towards the outside just like that. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a beautiful woman standing outside the door. She had her eyes lowered obediently, but her expression looked a little flustered. "What is it?" He glanced at her coldly as he had an ominous premonition. The beautiful woman tremblingly replied, "Pavilion Master, that unscrupulous pair have made their way to Great Cloud City." Hua Xing's eyes flashed sharply when he heard those words. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "As I expected, they are heading this way. They are looking down on me too much. These youngsters are simply going too far." The imposing aura of a third-order Emperor Realm Master surged from him. In response, the beautiful woman suddenly felt strength leaving her body and she fell to her knees. Glancing at her, Hua Xing reached out his hand and held her head. She immediately paled and spoke in a trembling voice, "Pavilion Master." Hua Xing coldly replied, "What are you afraid of? I'm not going to kill you." After saying that, he exerted some strength in his hand and guided her towards his lower body. She felt relieved knowing that her life was not in danger and hurriedly opened her small mouth to clean up the mess before her. From her posture and proficiency, it could be seen that it was not the first time she was doing this. Hua Xing narrowed his eyes slightly as the cold expression on his face grew even colder. Although he did not know where this man and woman came from, they seemed to be quite extraordinary judging by the information he received recently. These two first-order emperors had killed many second-order Emperor Realm Masters along their way here. That was not something ordinary people could do. Wind and Cloud Pavilion lost many men in its efforts to kill them a few days ago. Just those in the Emperor Realm alone that died in their hands were numerous, striking fear into the entire Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Even Hua Xing felt apprehensive. The more he learned about them, the more he felt that they came from extraordinary backgrounds. Even if he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, there were still many people in this world that he could not afford to provoke. Forget about the great emperors that never revealed their presence. There were other existences out there that were stronger than him even among those in the third-order Emperor realm. If he really offended one of those existences, then Wind and Cloud Pavilion would have a rough time surviving in the future. But how can I not avenge the death of my son? Maybe I should let that person test out the waters first. It would be great if he could figure out the origins of those two. In any case, that person should be enough to capture them, even if the attempt to learn more about them failed. More importantly, if that person took action, the one to offend the other party would not be him. Not to mention, that person was also much stronger than he was. Coincidentally, that person visited Wind and Cloud Pavilion recently and was staying here as a guest. It's as if he is a helper sent by the heavens. I'd be stupid not to use him. I am an Emperor Realm Master and a Palace Master. I should be living a life like this instead of living a precarious life wagging my tail like a dog at others. Li Jiao secretly vowed in his heart. Even if somebody presses a knife to my throat, I will never do such thankless things again. The two beauties in his arms were delicate and tender. Moreover, their exposed skin glowed like the most exquisite porcelain. He stroked and played with them, satisfying some of his primal desires. He stroked them so much that they were panting breathlessly and protesting coquettishly. Even so, their reaction only made him laugh loudly in delight. Thinking back to the miserable situation he had been in previously and comparing it with the comfort he had now, Li Jiao became slightly melancholic for an instant, secretly feeling sorry for himself. All of a sudden, he lifted his head and looked out. A smile appeared on his face as he stood up and smilingly said, "You came, Brother Hua. Please forgive me for not coming to greet you." A well-dressed Hua Xing strode inside. When the young girls, who were singing and dancing gracefully in the main hall, saw him, they hurriedly bowed their heads in greeting and called out to him, "Pavilion Master." Hua Xing acknowledged their greeting and indicated for them to be at ease. Only then did they dare to continue performing. Perhaps it was due to the Pavilion Master's presence. But these girls seemed to put in more effort and became more enchanting when they performed. The looks in their eyes revealed that they were clearly expecting something. "Brother Li, I'm sorry for bothering you." He cupped his fists and smiled. When Li Jiao heard those words, he laughed in response. "What are you saying, Brother Hua? I should be the one saying that. This is Wind and Cloud Pavilion after all. You are the master here. Come, come, have a seat." While speaking, he invited Hua Xing to sit in the higher position. The time Li Jiao and Hua Xing had known each other was not just a year or two. It had been hundreds of years by now. Back when Hua Xing had been wholeheartedly pursuing the martial Dao, he had traveled to all 4 territories in the star boundary. When he arrived in the northern territory, there had been some friction between him and Li Jiao. Despite exchanging blows, it did not create enmity between them though, and instead, a kind of respect was fostered, eventually becoming a friendship. Later, they even explored a sealed world together. Thus, they had a pretty close relationship between them. It was just that since Hua Xing returned to the Western Territory and assumed command of Wind and Cloud Pavilion, the two of them had not kept in contact. After escaping from the revolving world, Li Jiao arrived in the Western Territory. However, the place he landed was a little different from where Yang Kai, Zhu Qing, and Zhu Lai had landed. It was a little closer to Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Therefore, he decided to come visit his old friend. Even though they had not met for hundreds of years, Hua Xing had not forgotten about Li Jiao and welcomed him warmly, allowing Li Jiao to live on one of the mountain peaks while sending some beauties over to serve him. Thus, Li Jiao fooled around all day, indulging in his vices and living carefreely. In any case, Li Jiao had been frustrated for long enough. Life had not been easy for him ever since he lost his bet against Yang Kai at High Heaven Palace. First, his sect had encountered a financial crisis, which caused many elders within Fire Dragon Palace to become resentful. However, they did not dare to say a word against him. Then, before he could resolve that issue, Yang Kai had dragged him to the frozen earth. What happened later was so unbearable that just thinking about it filled Li Jiao with the urge to cry. "I am the Palace Master of Fire Dragon Palace. I am a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. I can be considered a master among masters throughout Star Boundary. As long as a great emperor does not come forward, a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master can be said to be the strongest. Who would dare to act disrespectfully and discourteously towards a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master? But, after staying with monsters like Yang Kai and his companions, I can no longer feel the slightest sense of superiority." 2 pure-blood members of the dragon race had been Li Jiao's most recent travel companions. Any great dragon above the 8th order only needed to slightly release their dragon pressure to force him to bow in fear. Hence he had no choice but to serve them cautiously. Even Yang Kai had the blood of a dragon in him. Li Jiao was not fooled by the fact that he was only a first-order emperor and knew that if it came down to a fight, he was certain he wouldn't be able to take more than 3 blows from Yang Kai. Those 3 were like great seniors of the sect while he was just a lowly disciple. Any one of them could order him around and he couldn't even utter a single complaint or muster any kind of resistance. The aura and confidence he had as a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master was all but washed away being in their presence. It is too humiliating. Just thinking about it threatened to bring tears to his eyes. For that reason, Li Jiao had no intention of looking for Yang Kai and the others the moment he got away from them. He relished the freedom he suddenly obtained, and if possible, he never wanted to meet them ever again. After coming to Wind and Cloud Pavilion as a guest, Huaxing had been so welcoming that Li Jiao finally regained some of his confidence. I am a Dragonborn. I am a third-order Emperor Realm Master. I am a master. These days, Li Jiao lived a life of indulgence, and the resentment accumulated in his heart gradually dissipated as a result. It felt as if living in Wind and Cloud Pavilion was more comfortable than living in his own home, Fire Dragon Palace. Although Fire Dragon Palace belonged to him, he had to deal with a massive debt that would saddle him for decades once he returned. It felt like knives were slowly shaving off pieces of his heart at the thought of those elders that loved passing the blame around. How can Fire Dragon Palace compare to Wind and Cloud Pavilion in terms of freedom and leisure? If possible, I'd stay here for several dozen years before going back. I'm sure Huaxing wouldn't mind. It would be as if Wind and Cloud Pavilion had gained another master among their ranks. Huaxing would probably like that very much. Therefore, Li Jiao had been overjoyed at the sight of Huaxing's arrival and was wondering about how he was going to let Huaxing know that he wanted to stay here for a while. Are you comfortable living here, brotherly? Huaxing asked with a look of concern. Li Jiao laughed and pointed to the graceful young ladies around him. How can I not be comfortable with such hospitality from Brother Hua? Wind and Cloud Pavilion is a beautiful place indeed. Much better than Fire Dragon Palace. Huaxing hurriedly waved his hands dismissively. Brother Li, you are being absurd. I believe the Western Territory is the most barren and desolate land in Star Boundary. No matter how great Wind and Cloud Pavilion is, how can it compare to Fire Dragon Palace? Brother Li, don't forget, I've been to your Fire Dragon Palace before. I know what it's like there. Those words were so pleasant on the ears. They even contained a trace of flattery in them. It had been a while since Li Jiao heard these kinds of words. Thus, those words immediately brought a smile to his face and a sense of relief to him. This world is filled with ordinary people. Existences like those three monsters are a rarity. Brother Hua, you don't need to put yourself down. It's precisely because Wind and Cloud Pavilion is located in the Western Territory that it is very impressive for it to achieve such a size and scale. It shows how great you are at managing the sect, Brother Hua. On this point, I should be asking for advice instead. You praise me too much. I don't dare to accept such high acclaim. Besides, I've lost interest in overseeing Wind and Cloud Pavilion. If I ever go to the Northern Territory one day, I hope you can welcome me too, Brother Li. I will be eternally grateful. Huaxing looked sorrowful and disappointed. Li Jiao was surprised. Welcoming you is not a problem. You and I have been friends for hundreds of years, so it's only natural that I welcome you with open arms if you ever come to the Northern Territory. It's just that, what do you mean by that, Brother Hua? In my opinion, Wind and Cloud Pavilion is at the height of its prosperity. If you manage the sect for another 300 to 500 years, I'm sure it will become one of the strongest in the Star Boundary. So why are you sighing so heavily, Brother Hua? Could it be that you encountered some kind of problem? Upon hearing that, Huaxing smiled bitterly as he picked up his wine glass with a depressed look and finished its contents in a single gulp before saying, dispirited. I shouldn't air my dirty laundry in public. It's fine. Don't mention it. Li Jiao's expression darkened as he angrily said, you shouldn't say that, Brother Hua. We have been friends for hundreds of years. So what do you mean by airing dirty laundry in public? If you've really run into some kind of trouble, why don't you talk to me about it? If I can help, I won't just stand by idly. A light flashed in Huaxing's eyes, but it was well hidden, while on his face he smiled bitterly and said, I appreciate your kind offer, Brother Li. It's just that, this is the sect's affairs after all. Li Jiao stood up with a sullen expression. In other words, you are treating me like an outsider. Fine. Since you don't consider me a friend, I won't disturb you anymore. Until next time. Goodbye, Brother Hua. After saying that, he strode outside with large strides as if he was truly about to leave. In response, Huaxing quickly stood up and grabbed Li Jiao's sleeve. Calm down, Brother Li. Calm down. I was wrong, all right? Li Jiao looked back at Huaxing. He was only acting like he was leaving, so he naturally went with the flow and remained, earnestly saying, Brother Hua, we faced life and death together back then. We might not have seen each other for 100 years, but our friendship has not diminished in any way. If you are in trouble, I'm willing to lend a hand. Huaxing looked touched and gratefully replied, You are righteous indeed, Brother Li. I was being too petty. After struggling for a moment, Huaxing resolutely said, Good. It's not like you're an outsider, Brother Li. It's not shameful to tell you this. Let's sit down and talk. Li Jiao returned to his seat and personally poured a glass of wine for Huaxing before he waited quietly. Huaxing opened his mouth and sighed again, downing the contents of his glass before saying sadly, Brother Li, I'll be honest with you. Wind and Cloud Pavilion was kicked in the face recently. Our reputation has taken a huge blow because of that. What happened? Li Jiao frowned. Although he had been acting as a guest here recently, he had done nothing more than spend time drinking and having fun. He had not been paying attention to anything outside, and the girls serving him would never speak about this to him either. Thus, he had been somewhat isolated from news of the outside world. Who is it that dares to be so reckless? He shouted, slamming his fist down on the table in a rage while he muttered to himself in his heart. Huaxing's cultivation is comparable to mine. I might be stronger than most third-order Emperor Realm Masters because of the dragon blood in me, but the difference is negligible even if I am slightly stronger than Huaxing. Huaxing looks like he has encountered a strong enemy. I wonder just who Wind and Cloud Pavilion offended to make him look so helpless. Li Jiao secretly regretted his bold words just now and felt he really should have taken the opportunity to leave. That's just great. I don't think I'll be able to get out of this easily now. While Li Jiao was now on edge, he heard Huaxing saying, It's a little girl who doesn't know her limits. She even killed my son. As Huaxing spoke, the corners of his eyes became wet at a timely moment. He grabbed the wine bottle on the table directly and took a large swig as if trying to drown his sorrows away. A little girl? Li Jiao felt cold sweat forming on his forehead as a face that absolutely terrified him involuntarily appeared in his mind. Hesitantly, he asked, What does the little girl look like? Does she have red hair? He was extremely frightened. If the person who killed the young pavilion master of Wind and Cloud Pavilion turned out to be Zhu Qing, then Li Jiao had to leave immediately even if he had to cut all ties with Huaxing. Even if he was friends with Huaxing, the depths of that friendship were something they both understood very well. Offending a member of the Dragon Clan for the sake of some casual friendship? And a ninth-order dragon at that. Li Jiao wasn't insane. Red hair. Huaxing was a little puzzled by what Li Jiao said, and he looked at Li Jiao questioningly as he shook his head. She doesn't have red hair. That little girl has black hair. Although he did not know why Li Jiao asked that question, he vaguely sensed that Li Jiao was scared of something. He has somebody he fears? Huaxing couldn't help finding the very notion strange. Black hair? Li Jiao breathed out a sigh of relief. If the girl has black hair, then it's definitely not Zhu Qing. Just in case, he carefully asked for more clarification. What cultivation does that girl have? First-order Emperor Realm. He was startled by those words. A mere first-order Emperor Realm Master? That's definitely not Zhu Qing. He was completely at ease now. That's right. That's why I feel so humiliated. Huaxing picked up another bottle of wine and gulped it down, wiping at his mouth as he complained. Brother Li, you know about my situation. Despite all the efforts I put in, I only have one son. I was expecting him to inherit my position in the future. Who would have thought? At this point, he sounded choked up. Li Jiao comforted. To see one's child die before oneself, it must be difficult for you, Brother Hua. You have my condolences. Huaxing slammed his hands on the table and murderously vowed, I have to avenge my son, otherwise, I can't call myself a man anymore. This is a deep-seated hatred. It is only natural to take revenge. Li Jiao hesitated for a moment before asking, It's just that I don't quite understand. Wind and Cloud Pavilion is a top sect in the Western Territory. Moreover, you are a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Brother Hua. How can you be helpless against a little girl? Hua Xing shook his head and smiled bitterly. You might not be aware, but that little girl's strength is extremely unusual despite her seemingly low cultivation. Unfortunately, I underestimated her previously when I sent some of the masters within the sect to capture her. As a result, all of them died at her hands, even though some were second-order emperors. Oh? To think a little girl could fight so many masters above her own realm. Li Jiao raised his brow at those words. It looks like this little girl is quite difficult to deal with. He suddenly thought of Yang Kai and solemnly said, not many people can fight against those in a higher realm by themselves, but as long as they don't die early, they will surely become powerful in the future. Hua Xing said, Wind and Cloud Pavilion's face has taken a huge hit recently. Please help me, Brother Li. Li Jiao replied, you are exaggerating, Brother Hua. That little girl might be strong enough to kill a second-order emperor, but surely she can't triumph against you if you take action personally. I know the extent of your strength very well, and even though I want to help, taking revenge for your son should be done with your own hands. Only by doing so will you truly be able to soothe your anger. Upon hearing those words, Hua Xing smiled bitterly. How can I not know that? Ever since my son was killed, I've been unable to rest at all. I can't wait to rip that cheap slut apart and skin her alive. If I could take revenge with my own hands, I would track that bitch down this instant. It's just, what is it? Li Jiao looked at Hua Xing curiously. He couldn't figure out why Hua Xing would make this request of him. Ha! Perhaps this will make you understand, Brother Li. Hua Xing stretched out his hand as he spoke. Li Jiao stuck out 2 fingers suspiciously and pressed them against Hua Xing's wrist. A moment later his expression changed and he uttered in surprise, You're injured, Brother Hua? Who could have done this to you? Hua Xing replied dejectedly. When news of my son's death arrived, I was cultivating in retreat. The shock I received at the time nearly caused a dissonance in my cultivation. Although I managed to stabilize myself, I still suffered a serious backlash. If not for this injury, I would have personally taken action a long time ago. How could I possibly leave that whore alive and free knowing what she did? So that's how it is. Li Jiao nodded lightly, a touch of sympathy appearing on his face. It's not easy for Hua Xing either. He only has one son after all. It certainly is difficult to accept that his son was killed so suddenly. That cheap slut is capable of killing a second-order emperor. Hence, her strength is certainly not low. I am not in my best condition at the moment, and if I act rashly, it's fine if I succeed, but it will be a disaster if I were to fail. You are right, Brother Hua. Li Jiao pondered for a moment. I understand what you are trying to say, Brother Hua. Rest assured you can leave this to me. I will let that little girl know the consequences of her actions. The moment Hua Xing heard those words, he was overjoyed and stood up before bowing deeply. Many thanks, Brother Li. With you personally taking action, that cheap slut won't stand a chance no matter how talented she is. Li Jiao helped Hua Xing up with a smile. I've been repeating this again and again, Brother Hua. I won't stand idly by if you are in trouble. But I don't know that little girl's current whereabouts. Hua Xing solemnly said, I'll be truthful with you, Brother Li. That slut is currently in Great Cloud City, just 30 kilometers away from Wind and Cloud Pavilion. She dares to make her way here? Li Jiao's expression soured as he snorted. Her courage isn't small. Hua Xing said through gritted teeth. That's certainly the case. Her strength has gone to her head, and she must believe she can look down on my Wind and Cloud Pavilion as a result. I'll have to trouble you for this, Brother Li. Li Jiao said. Since she is not that far away, why don't we let her break into Wind and Cloud Pavilion before I make my move? I won't let her escape. Hua Xing smiled bitterly. If she succeeded in attacking Wind and Cloud Pavilion and breaking the sect defending array, then Li Jiao thought about it and immediately understood Hua Xing's worries. Thus, he nodded and said, That certainly wouldn't look good. I was too careless in my thoughts. Good. I'll head to Great Cloud City and capture her. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Many thanks, Brother Li. This shouldn't be delayed any longer. I'll go now. While speaking, Li Jiao stood up and walked outside. I'll be waiting for good news from you, Brother Li. Hua Xing saw Li Jiao off. From the top of the mountain peak, Li Jiao soared into the air and flew off into the distance. When his figure disappeared from sight, the smile on Hua Xing's face gradually vanished as he stood there frowning while deep in thought for a while. Afterwards, he coldly snorted and strode away. In his opinion, making Li Jiao take action was enough to make this trip worthwhile. He couldn't obtain any background information on that man and woman. However, judging from the way they dared to attack Wind and Cloud Pavilion so blatantly, it was clear that they had some sort of profound backing. If they really turned out to have strong backgrounds, then the blame for upsetting them will fall on Li Jiao. It will have nothing to do with Wind and Cloud Pavilion. So Hua Xing only needed to wait quietly for the news. In Great Cloud City, the air was filled with the smell of blood. Ruins were scattered everywhere while the ground was covered in fresh bloodstains and torn limbs. Great Cloud City was only 30 kilometers away from Wind and Cloud Pavilion and could be considered an important industry for the sect as well as a hub of communication with the outside world. In other words, this city was the commercial heart of Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Yang Kai and Lin Yuner were traveling with a clear goal in mind. It was obvious that they planned to go straight to Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Therefore, it was only natural for Great Cloud City under Wind and Cloud Pavilion to take precautions against them. Inside a certain palace, a second-order Emperor Realm Master led a team consisting of several hundred disciples. In addition, many other Emperor Realm Masters attracted by the reward were gathered as well. They had long since set up an impressive array and were waiting for their targets to walk right into their trap. For that reason, Yang Kai and Lin Yuner were noticed the moment they stepped into Great Cloud City, and a huge battle instantly broke out. In just an hour, Great Cloud City was practically in ruins. Hundreds of disciples of Wind and Cloud Pavilions suffered heavy casualties, and even the second-order Emperor Realm Master leading the team had been blown away by a punch from Lin Yuner. With the spirit array broken, the rest scattered. The disciples of Wind and Cloud Pavilion that survived the battle hurriedly fled back to their headquarters, while the Emperor Realm Masters, attracted by the bounty, were either dead or making a run for it. The entire Great Cloud City was a chaotic mess as everybody was thrown into panic. On the way to the city, Li Jiao landed in front of a group of blood-stained Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples that were currently fleeing. What happened here? Li Jiao released his emperor pressure, suppressing the group of disciples so that they did not dare to take any rash actions. You are Senior Li. A first-order Emperor Realm Master leading the group recognized Li Jiao and called out with joy. Who are you? Li Jiao squinted at the man. That first-order Emperor Realm Master hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Greetings, Senior Li. I am Wind and Cloud Pavilion's 9th Elder, Kai Shi. You know me? Kai Shi quickly replied. I saw you once from afar when you came to the sect a few days ago. Oh, so, that was you. Li Jiao had a vague impression of this man. He seemed to recall greeting this person back when he first arrived at Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Frowning, he asked, Why are you in such terrible condition? Kai Shi blushed and said in embarrassment. I am ashamed to say that the invaders were too powerful and I was not their opponent. The sect's masters were all either killed or suffered heavy injuries. That little girl is that strong? Li Jiao raised his eyebrows. Kai Shi replied, The second elder died tragically at her hands. Moreover, the 9 Serenity Chain Spirit Array we arranged as a trap was destroyed in less than an hour. Li Jiao narrowed his eyes as he commented, It looks like Wind and Cloud Pavilion has offended an incredibly powerful enemy this time. Kai Shi said, I can only ask the Pavilion Master to take action now. I'm afraid he is the only one that can suppress her. Li Jiao raised his hand and said, There's no need to bother the Pavilion Master to take action. He has entrusted this matter to me. I will take care of that little girl. Kai Shi's eyes lit up upon hearing this and couldn't help asking, Senior Li will be stepping in? Why else would I come here? Li Jiao replied proudly. Good, good. With Senior Li here, that cheap slut will certainly be defeated. Li Jiao impatiently said, Come with me. The faster we resolve this issue, the faster we can return. Yes, of course. Please come this way, Senior Li, Kai Shi excitedly replied, the terror on his face vanishing into thin air. He had heard from Hua Xing before that Li Jiao had a trace of the dragon's bloodline in him. Therefore, Hua Xing was no match for Li Jiao even though they were both third-order Emperor Realm Masters. With such a powerful master taking action, things will become much easier. Wind and Cloud Pavilion had suffered heavy losses, with even the second elder being killed. Therefore, Kai Shi was worrying about how he was going to report the outcome of the battle upon his return. At that moment, Li Jiao had appeared like a hero to save them. So how could he not be overjoyed? In his opinion, regardless of how strong the young man and woman in Great Cloud City were, they couldn't win against Li Jiao. As long as they could capture and bring those two back, it should be enough to redeem themselves and salvage some of Wind and Cloud Pavilion's face. Hence, he was extremely diligent and even took the initiative to lead the way. It didn't take long before the small group arrived at Great Cloud City again. Li Jiao swept his divine sense over the city, and upon seeing the destruction that had been wrought, he frowned involuntarily as he thought to himself, these people from Wind and Cloud Pavilion are so useless. How could they be so helpless against one little girl? I wonder how Hua Xing taught his disciples. If this matter were to occur at Fire Dragon Palace, that little girl would have died several times over by now. Where are they? Li Jiao asked with a scowl as he could not sense the enemy's aura. Kai Shi replied, they should be in the City Lord's mansion. They killed many people from the sect previously before breaking into the City Lord's mansion. They are clearly looking to obtain some riches. Let's go to the City Lord's mansion then. Li Jiao gestured with a wave of his sleeve. Thus, Kai Shi quickly led the way. A few moments later, they arrived in front of the City Lord's mansion, the scene of a bloodbath. Many cultivators dressed as Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples had died here, and even the gates of the City Lord's mansion had collapsed. Kai Shi pointed somewhere and said, they are right there, sir. Li Jiao swept his divine sense over the place, and sure enough, he found the aura of Emperor Realm Masters inside. However, it was somewhat different from the information he had received. There were two people inside, not one like he had initially thought. Even so, the auras weren't that strong, both First-Order Emperor Realm. You all wait outside. I'll be right back. Li Jiao snorted. He was not worried about the change in numbers and rushed into the City Lord's mansion with a slight shift of his body. Immediately afterwards, Kai Shi heard Li Jiao shouting loudly, fearless youngsters, how dare you insult Wind and Cloud Pavilion? This Li is here to dispense justice. If you surrender without a fight, you may yet live. As soon as the words rang out, an extremely dense emperor pressure seeped into the air. With the City Lord's mansion as the center, the air spanning a radius of 1,000 meters began to thrum. Kai Shi's expression changed slightly as he revealed a look of admiration. A third-order Emperor Realm Master was indeed different. The power they wield is on a completely different level, incomparable to that of a first- or second-order Emperor. Now that he felt it for himself, Kai Shi realized that the Pavilion Master was not being modest when he said that this person was stronger than him. Li Jiao's aura was indeed noticeably denser than the Pavilion Master's. This is great. Nothing unexpected should occur with Senior Li around. It's just a pity that the second elder and many other disciples had died a tragic death at the hands of that unscrupulous young man and woman. If only Senior Li had arrived just a little earlier, things might have turned out differently. Kai Shi sighed as those thoughts crossed his mind. This was fate. His cultivation was not as high as the second elder's, but he had survived in the end. It was simply a matter of luck. Cultivation was a process meant to defy the heavens. Therefore, luck was also a form of opportunity and strength. Escaping from the clutches of death had given Kai Shi a faint trace of enlightenment, and the bottleneck he had been stuck at for many years now showed signs of loosening. Upon realizing this, he was overjoyed. He was currently a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so if he could break through, he would become a second-order Emperor. Such strength was enough for him to rank among the top 3 Wind and Cloud Pavilion elders. Thus, he secretly made up his mind that once this matter was resolved, he would immediately enter secluded retreat, and not come out until he ascended to the next realm. Hong hong hong. Just as Kai Shi was deep in thought, several thunderous explosions rang out from the city lord's mansion, clearly the sound of Emperor Realm Masters exchanging blows. The overflowing power seemed to invert the heavens and earth, causing great damage and destruction with large parts of the building collapsing as a result. Kai Shi stared in that direction intently, his heart pounding wildly as his admiration for Li Jiao grew. All of a sudden, the fighting stopped abruptly and the noise subsided. Is it over? Shock washed over Kai Shi again. Wasn't that a little too fast? He had fought that young man and woman before, so he was well aware of how strong they were. He simply couldn't believe that Senior Li dealt with them so easily. A figure flew out from the ruins of the collapsed city lord's mansion and headed in his direction in the next instant. Kai Shi looked in that direction and wondered, "Isn't that Senior Li?" Kai Shi stepped forward with a surprised look and cupped his fists. "Many thanks, Senior Li. Congratulations on your victorious return." Contrary to the smiling expression Kai Shi expected, Li Jiao was frowning deeply, as if he had encountered some huge difficulty. What surprised Kai Shi even more was the bruise mark around one of Li Jiao's eyes. It was obviously caused by a fist. Moreover, that punch was extremely heavy, so heavy that the corner of Li Jiao's eye was cut and the area around it was badly swollen. Heaven knows how long it would take to heal. Senior Li. Kai Shi was a little confused and did not know what was wrong with Li Jiao. Ha! Li Jiao sighed heavily, turning his head to look up at the sky, feeling choked with speechless tears. After a long time, he looked back down at Kai Shi and muttered, "Just who did I provoke in order to deserve this?" "What?" Kai Shi looked at Li Jiao, confused, unable to comprehend what was going on. "Did you say your name was Kai Shi?" Li Jiao asked. "Yes." Kai Shi nodded, the feeling that Li Jiao was acting strangely growing ever stronger. The arrogant attitude from before was gone. Furthermore, Li Jiao even seemed depressed and despondent now. But what exactly could make a third-order emperor reveal such an expression? "I want something from you." Li Jiao looked at Kai Shi expressionlessly. Kai Shi felt his heart jump and he instinctively felt uneasy, subconsciously taking a few steps back as he haltingly asked, "What is it that you want, Senior Li?" "I want your life." As Li Jiao spoke, he suddenly reached out his hand to grab Kai Shi. Although they were both Emperor Realm Masters, there was a difference of 2 minor realms between them, and the gap between each of those minor realms was enormous. How could Kai Shi resist this surprise attack? He swayed slightly and felt something tighten around his neck before suddenly finding himself caught by Li Jiao's hand. A stream of power that absolutely terrified him poured out from that large hand, indiscriminately flooding into his body and his meridians. It made his entire body convulse uncontrollably and left him in a disoriented state. He couldn't even summon the strength to resist. "SS Senior Li? WWY are you doing to this?" Kai Shi struggled desperately, staring at Li Jiao in disbelief. Wasn't Li Jiao asked by the pavilion master to help them? He said as much himself, even saying to leave that little girl to him. Why did he change his mind in the blink of an eye and turn against them instead? Kai Shi couldn't help feeling that everything was changing too abruptly. You can only blame your wind and cloud pavilion for provoking someone they should never have provoked. That man inside, even I cannot afford to offend him. Ah, forget it. You have so many companions with you on your journey to the afterlife. I'm sure you won't feel lonely. Huh? What? The man inside is somebody even Senior Li can't afford to offend. Kai Shi wondered whether he had heard wrongly. But just as he was about to say something, a violent force pressed down on him from all directions. With a loud boom, his entire body turned into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind any bones. Ah! The rest of the wind and cloud pavilion disciples were dumbfounded. They never expected something like this to happen. Their hope and savior suddenly became their executioner instead. Even the 9th elder was crushed to death. Not stopping to try to figure out what was happening, the survivors went all out to flee. Before they could get far, though, the wind raged around them and a gigantic green palm suddenly descended from the sky, covering a wide area and slamming into the ground fiercely. Several blood-curdling screams rang out, and those wind and cloud pavilion disciples were all wiped out. Their cultivations could not be considered powerful, so they had no way of defending themselves against Li Jiao's attack. Wong Wong. The sound of a dog barking came from behind, and the indifference on Li Jiao's face disappeared immediately. It was instantly replaced by endless flattery as he turned around and bowed deeply. "Heh heh, Palace Master Yang. I have killed them all. You see, where did all the prestige of a third-order Emperor Realm Master go?" At this moment, the great Palace Master of the Northern Territory's Fire Dragon Palace looked no different from a dog wagging its tail. "At least you know what's good for you," Yang Kai scoffed. Li Jiao sweated profusely as he knew that Yang Kai was still angry. Thus he hurriedly explained, "Palace Master Yang, I was deceived. I knew nothing about this matter. Had I known it was you, I would never have come here." As Li Jiao tried to explain himself, he cursed Hua Xing in his heart over and over again. He had finally escaped from Yang Kai, Zhu Qing, and Zhu Lai, but he only managed to enjoy his leisurely life for a few days before he went and got himself caught again. There was nothing sadder in this world than this. Yang Kai glanced sideways at him and said, "It almost sounds as if you wanted to avoid this palace master." Li Jiao began sweating profusely at those words and anxiously declared, "No, no, no. What I meant is that, had I had known that Palace Master Yang was here, I would have come to welcome you. How could I dare to be your enemy? This is all just a misunderstanding." "Yes, a misunderstanding. Enough?" Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. "I know very well what you think of me in your heart. Tell me, what is the connection between you and Wind and Cloud Pavilion? Why are you helping them?" Li Jiao was extremely embarrassed and quickly explained. Meanwhile, Yang Kai looked over at Lin Yuner while listening to the explanation. The little girl was hugging the black puppy and playing with it. She opened her small mouth and playfully pretended to bite it. She even made soft baby growling noises from the mouth. The black puppy seemed to enjoy this childish game and played happily with her, shaking its tail and barking vigorously. It was quite strange, in fact. When Yang Kai and Lin Yuner reunited a few days ago, she had not cared much for the black puppy. However, she couldn't bear to be separated from it anymore after spending some time together. Lin Yuner would spend most of her time playing with a Wang now, but this was not surprising as the little beast was adorable and had always been well received by women. When Li Jiao finished explaining, Yang Kai summarized, "In other words, you are on good terms with the Pavilion Master of Wind and Cloud Pavilion." Li Jiao hurriedly explained, "No, no, no. We only met by chance and are passing acquaintances. Besides, we have not contacted each other for over 100 years, so even if we had any friendship between us, it has more or less faded with time." Aha! Ha ha! Putting aside the fact that the friendship between him and Hua Xing was not that deep, even if they were sworn brothers, Li Jiao would not dare to say otherwise at this moment. After all, he really could not afford to offend Yang Kai. Both of them lived in the Northern Territory as leaders of great forces, but if he really upset Yang Kai, Fire Dragon Palace would not survive. Besides, Yang Kai had an incredibly close relationship with the Dragon Clan. So what was his friendship with Hua Xing in comparison? If it wasn't for Hua Xing, he wouldn't have run straight into this trap and gotten caught by Yang Kai. Thinking about this, Li Jiao now felt a bit resentful towards Hua Xing. That guy is so dishonest, giving me so much false information. It's all his fault that I am now stuck under Yang Kai's despotic command again. Palace Master Yang, this young lady is... Seeing that Yang Kai was not saying anything, Li Jiao quickly found something to fill the silence and asked about Lin Yuner. This little girl was extraordinary. When she punched his eye just now, Li Jiao felt as if his head was about to explode. Fortunately, he had a trace of the Dragon Clan's bloodline within him. Otherwise, this would not have ended with just a small injury. That punch had been enough to daze him momentarily, and in a life-or-death battle, a moment of disorientation was enough to make one lose their lives. This little girl is so powerful. Could she be another member of the Dragon Clan? Li Jiao jumped in fright. At the same time, his admiration toward Yang Kai grew stronger. He only just obtained a 9th order red dragon a short while ago. Did he get another one in just a few days? Malicious speculations sprung up in his mind at the thought. If Zhu Qing and this girl meet each other, will they turn the world upside down? Who is stronger? Who is weaker? Xianxia, I'd like to see what becomes of you then. The images that accompanied such thoughts suddenly put Li Jiao in a better mood. Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask. Xianxia glanced at Li Jiao coldly. Li Jiao immediately fell silent at those words. I need a favor from you. Li Jiao quickly replied. What are you saying, Palace Master Yang? I owe my life to you. Please let me know if you have any instructions for me. I will not shirk away from it. Despite his bold and unrestrained manner, Li Jiao secretly felt bitter inside. He could already guess what Xianxia wanted his help with. It was undoubtedly related to Xianxia's grievances with Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Now that Xianxia had arrived in Great Cloud City, it was obvious that he wanted to infiltrate the headquarters of Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Li Jiao thought to himself, Huaxing, oh Huaxing, it's not that I don't bear any friendship with you. It's just that I have no other choice. Take us into Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Li Jiao puffed out his chest. No problem. Leave it to me. A quarter of an hour later, the group of 3 flew over and stood just outside Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Circulating his Emperor Qi, Li Jiao enveloped both Xianxia and Lin Yuner. Even the black puppy was not spared. After that, Xianxia, Lin Yuner, and the black puppy obediently followed behind him as though they had been placed under some sort of restriction. Are you Senior Li? An elder of Wind and Cloud Pavilion was standing behind the sect defending array and cupped his fist to greet Li Jiao. It was obvious that he had heard from Huaxing and specifically came here to await Li Jiao's return. The sect defending array was fully activated at the moment. Clearly, Huaxing had not placed all his hopes on Li Jiao either and made preparations just in case. It is this Li. Li Jiao replied in a deep voice. Then these two? The elder asked suspiciously. Open your eyes wide and have a good look. Is this girl the one behind the murder of the young pavilion master? I have captured her and brought her back. The elder fixed his gaze on Lin Yuner and was soon overjoyed, nodding. That's her. Is that cheap slut? Senior Li, you are truly amazing to be able to capture her. The pavilion master will be ecstatic to know about this. Then why are you still wasting time on nonsense? Hurry up and open the array. I want to hand these two over to the pavilion master and finish this sorry business. Of course. The elder nodded repeatedly and took out a token he then poured his Emperor Qi into. A stream of light immediately shot out from the token and landed on the sect defending array, which subsequently opened a crack and allowed Li Jiao to enter. Brother Li, you returned victoriously. I apologize for not coming to greet you sooner. Please forgive me for my discourtesy. Huaxing suddenly appeared out of nowhere, flying over from not too far away. It was uncertain if he had been hiding nearby, waiting for Li Jiao to return or had really just arrived. It's nothing worth mentioning. Li Jiao waved his hand lightly. Are you the father of that nasty guy? All of a sudden, Lin Yuner frowned at Huaxing and asked. But before Huaxing could answer, she continued, I'm sure it's you. You both look very similar. You cheap slut. Huaxing turned to look at her, flames of rage burning in his chest as his murderous intent surged up like a wave. He roared furiously, How dare you kill my son? Today While he was speaking, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong. This girl's aura was vigorous and her Emperor Qi was clearly flowing freely. She hadn't been imprisoned at all. Just as those doubts grew in Huaxing, Lin Yuner rushed forward as swiftly as lightning. At the same time, a pair of pitch-black gloves appeared on her tender fists, which she clenched tightly and threw out with all her might. Huaxing was startled, but although things had happened so abruptly, it wasn't enough to panic him. What shocked him was the explosive force the girl exerted in that instant. Those small fists of hers contained enough strength to destroy the heavens and shatter the earth. It would hurt greatly if he were struck by that fist, even if he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. You court death. Huaxing immediately countered in a furious rage. He initially wanted to torture this girl by subjecting her to all sorts of torment before brutally killing her. However, the battle had been joined and he had no choice but to respond in kind. He circulated his Emperor Qi and struck out at her with his palm. Following that, a gigantic palm formed from pure, condensed Emperor Qi instantly appeared in midair. That palm hanging in midair triggered a secret technique, stretching out its finger and pointing it at her, causing the surrounding world energy to become turbulent while principles surged up. That was definitely a powerful secret technique, and all of Wind and Cloud Pavilion's disciples shuddered under its might. At the same time, an impulsive urge to bow down and worship that power bloomed in them. Even the sect defending array nearby rippled as if it was about to break. This was the power of a third-order Emperor Realm Master's attack at full strength. It was phenomenal indeed. Undeterred, Lin Yuner smashed her fist against the palm before she grunted in pain. Her entire being was slapped by a vigorous force, and she was sent flying like a kite with a broken string before being pressed into the ground. Even if she was strong, her cultivation was still 2 minor realms lower than her opponent's. Therefore, her strength was inadequate in a fight against a veteran like Hua Xing, and her disadvantage was clear after just one exchange of blows. Pa! A soft sound rang out as Yang Kai slapped his hands together before drawing a large arc in the air, space principles surging as a gigantic moon blade was slashed out. The moon blade soared forth, collapsing space around it as it flew. As a result, a deep gash was cut into the palm's secret technique, causing its power to reduce drastically. Consequently, the pressure pressing down on Lin Yuner disappeared suddenly. Her feet kicked against the ground, and she slipped through the gaps like a flash of lightning before appearing Hua Xing, her fists striking out repeatedly. Hua Xing's expression changed as he opened his mouth. He spat out a tiny sigh and sword. The sword spun leisurely in the air before instantly expanding until its shadow covered the entire sky, forming a defensive barrier in front of him. Hong hong hong. Lin Yuner's fists continuously smashed into the barrier formed by the giant sword, each punch containing the sum of her complete strength behind it, and the sounds of explosions that rang out from each blow was deafening. Her raw destructive power made everybody's expression change. However, the sword remained unyielding and stood before Hua Xing steadily, rendering all her attacks futile. Cut! Yang Kai flexed his fingers. Following that, moon blades flew towards Hua Xing one after another. Hua Xing furrowed his brow slightly as he waved his hand to send out another secret technique. Then, the sword barrier in front of him suddenly shot out phantom blades that struck and deflected the moon blades accurately. Not only that, but a giant sword also descended from the sky at the same time and slammed down towards Yang Kai ferociously. Humph! Li Jiao snorted coldly, lifting his hand as a phantom flood dragon flew out, slammed into that gigantic sword and caused it to shatter to pieces. Meanwhile, Lin Yuner fluttered backwards and retreated, returning to Yang Kai and Li Jiao's side while panting lightly. She had used up a lot of energy to launch the previous round of attacks. Even so, it had not affected Hua Xing in any way, which showed how impressive the Emperor artifact sword was. During that exchange of blows, sparks flew and mayhem ensued. Everything happened so quickly that the onlookers could not keep up with the battle. Before the disciples of Wind and Cloud Pavilion in the surrounding area could grasp what was happening, both sides had retreated from the clash. Hua Xing's eyes flashed sharply. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Li Jiao! I treated you with such courtesy during your stay here. How could you collude with outsiders to deceive me?" That young man and woman had looked like they were being restrained by Li Jiao, but in truth, they were not imprisoned at all. Otherwise, they couldn't have fought with Hua Xing. In addition, Li Jiao had stepped up to help them just now. Hua Xing would be an idiot if he still failed to notice the problem. However, he simply couldn't figure out something. Li Jiao only left for a short while, so why did he suddenly turn from an ally to an enemy? This young man and woman shouldn't have that much power to make him switch sides, right? What is going on? Even though Hua Xing couldn't make heads or tails of the situation, he already held a grudge against Li Jiao now. If not for his trust in him, he would never have allowed an enemy to slip through the sect-defending array. This was a matter of pride. It didn't matter if they had massacred their way to Great Cloud City, but the fact that they managed to kill their way into Wind and Cloud Pavilion headquarters and get past the sect defending array was a naked insult to the sect. Even though Wind and Cloud Pavilion's reputation had taken a huge blow recently, the sect defending array was the last layer of defense they had left to cover up this embarrassing incident. This is just great. Even our last layer of defense was rendered useless. Wind and Cloud Pavilion will have no face to speak of from now on. Huaxing originally hated Lin Yuner because his son had died in her hands, but the betrayal of Li Jiao angered him even more. Faced with Huaxing's questioning, Li Jiao's expression remained unchanged as he simply snorted, "Brother Hua, your aura sure is vigorous. It seems like you're recovering quite well. That's so amazing. Only a short while has passed, but you recovered from your internal injuries so quickly. I am extremely impressed. What kind of rare and precious treasures did you take to heal yourself so quickly? I can't believe how miraculous the effects are. Do you think you can spare me a few?" He avoided the most important topics and instead changed the subject to one more favorable to him. Li Jiao was undoubtedly embarrassed to speak of his own affairs. Thus, he pointed out the fact that Huaxing had deceived him by faking an injury and forcing his hand. He could see it now. This old fox Huaxing had pushed him to take action, obviously without good intentions. Thinking about it this way, Li Jiao suddenly felt the guilt in his heart lessen. Huaxing turned to look at Yang Kai and Lin Yuner before turning to look at Li Jiao. "Brother Li, was my hospitality lacking during your stay in Wind and Cloud Pavilion?" "Nothing of the sort. Brother Hua, you made me feel extremely welcome," Li Jiao replied lightly. Then, Huaxing asked bitterly, "In that case, why did you betray me? Why did you join hands with them?" Li Jiao responded, "I had to." Huaxing stared at Li Jiao incredulously. "You had to?" This was what puzzled him the most. Why would Li Jiao rather join hands with this unknown young man and woman? Why would he rather become his enemy? Gritting his teeth, Huaxing asked, "You and I have been friends for hundreds of years, but that's all it takes for you to make me your enemy? Because you had to?" Li Jiao scratched his cheek somewhat awkwardly. "Friendship isn't as important as life, right?" Huaxing couldn't help losing his composure. Just who are these people? Huaxing knew very well just what kind of person Li Jiao was. He was a descendant of the Dragon Clan, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, as well as the Palace Master of one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Huaxing couldn't believe Li Jiao was acting so weakly now. It looked like his guess was right. This young man and woman must come from influential backgrounds. One's powerful enough that they can even threaten Li Jiao's life. If not, Li Jiao would never say such embarrassing things. Huaxing's expression suddenly became gloomy and uncertain. Li Jiao's betrayal had upset him greatly, but although Wind and Cloud Pavilion was pretty impressive, that was only a relative comparison. If this man and woman, plus Li Jiao, were to really kick up a fuss here, more than half of Wind and Cloud Pavilion would be destroyed. Even if the sect ultimately survived, it would undoubtedly be a Pyrrhic victory. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Huaxing began considering backing down. Thus, he secretly sent a divine sense transmission to Li Jiao. "Brother Li, tell me the truth. Are these two related to one of the great emperors? If that was the case, then even if his pride was damaged, this conflict could not be aggravated any further. Wind and Cloud Pavilion could not afford to provoke anybody related to the great emperors." Li Jiao glanced at him before glancing at Yang Kai. Seeing that Yang Kai had no intention to stop him from speaking, he casually replied, "No, no." Huaxing was taken aback by the reply.